Welcome to the Community Resilience Committee on the 26th of August. We're lucky to have Ngaire Southern from the Methodist Church here join us today and open our meeting. So welcome, Ngaire.
Kia ora koutou. It's good to be here. My name is Ngaire Southern, as you've heard. I'm a member of the Methodist Church. Now, the Methodist movement was established by an Anglican priest called John Wesley. He was an accomplished linguist, a powerful preacher, a hymn writer, but most of all, he believed that the essential part of being a Christian was to care for the poor, the needy, and the disadvantaged. And there's a quote that's often attributed to John Wesley. Nobody knows whether he actually said it or not, but I think he believed what this quotation will say. And this is my offering to you this morning. It is said that John Wesley said, "Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, in all the ways you can, in all the places you can, to all the people you can, as long as ever you can." And this is my prayer for you in this meeting. Thank you.
Tēnā koe. That's a lovely quote and very apt for today, our full public gallery and many passionate people in our community looking after our people and our places. So thank you, Ngaire. It looks like we've got a small agenda today, but it's actually going to be quite chunky, so don't be deceived. I'll start with the apologies. Item 1, we have a full apology from Councillor Jeff, who has the dreaded flu that's going around, unfortunately, and a partial attendance today from Councillor Robbie, who has a hui with Ngātai Mahanga. That's still correct, Councillor Robbie? Yep. Are there any further apologies to be received today? Oh, Councillor Sue for lateness. She said she'll be 5 minutes. Okay, I think everyone else is here, so I'll move the apologies be accepted. Can I have a seconder? Mayor Tim. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Confirmation of the agenda. I don't think there's any further changes to be made. I will note that there's a motion to extend the debate for item 7, noting its importance today and that the debate is increased to 3 minutes. Is there no objections to that? No. Cool. So can we have a mover that the agenda be confirmed? Councillor Andrew, seconder. Councillor Jamie. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? No. There being none, I'll move on. We'll move to public forum, and as I said, we've got a full house today. Welcome everyone. Just a reminder to those who are not familiar with the process, you'll be getting 3 minutes to speak to your item, and if you're wanting to take any questions, then allow for some time within that 3 minutes to take those. So the first group we have speaking is our Metro Judo Club, Darlene, Diane, Brock and Emma. Welcome. So can we get to this one? You're... We've
Hi,
got some
I'm
celebrities
Diane
in the
Stenson
room
from
too.
Metro Judo Club. Just like to introduce you to Brock from our club, who is going to speak, and Emma, who's going to speak, and this is Darlene, who's speaking on behalf of the club. I'm just introducing and then popping off.
Joining us, and when you're ready, you can go.
My name is Brock and I am 10 years old. And my name is Emma and I am 11 years old. Today we are not at school because we came here and to speak about why our judo club matters so much and why we really hope you can save it. I have only been doing judo for about 2 years, but it has already changed my life. Before judo I was getting bullied at school. One time I got thrown to the ground and I didn't do anything back. I felt scared and upset and stopped wanting to go to school. My parents could see I was losing myself, so they put my brother and me into judo. They didn't put me into judo so I can learn how to fight people. They put me into judo so I can learn confidence, respect, discipline, and how to believe in myself again. And that is exactly what happened. Judo taught me that what happened to me was not okay. It taught me how to stand taller, be braver, and feel stronger inside. Judo has helped me a lot too. It has helped me become more confident and believe in myself more. I love coming to training every Tuesday and Thursday because I get to see my friends, learn new skills, and feel supported. Judo is really important for girls too because it teaches us confidence, strength, discipline, and how to stand up for ourselves. When I compete or learn something new, everyone at the club cheers me on. It makes me feel really happy and proud of myself. I have also done things I never thought I'd ever be brave enough to do before. I've competed at Waikato Champs, North Islands, and a lot of fun days that Metro has put on. Our club, Metro Judo, is more than just training. It feels like one big family. We have fun days where everyone gets together to compete, laugh, and support each other. We help in the kitchen, cheer our friends on, and celebrate everyone trying their best. Our club has been around for 30 years. That means so many kids before us have had a place to learn, confidence, and feel supported. Judo is not just a sport for some kids. It becomes their safe place. We love our judo so much and we really do not want to lose our club. If our club closes, lots of kids like us could lose their only place where they feel confident, included, supported and proud of themselves. Please help save our judo club so other kids can have the same chance we have. Thank you for listening to us.
Excellent speech, and congratulations, you guys obviously have some great coaches because you've got many medals around your neck. We have some time for questions if there's any.
So, with the interest of time and knowing that we were going to probably run out of time, I have given you guys the speech that I otherwise would have provided, so I would encourage you to read that through. I think it will provide a lot of the details and support that you might be looking for, but you've got 17 seconds now. Any questions?
Thank you, and I think, Councillor Jamie.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Particularly thank you to you two young people. You did really good. You did really well with your speeches. Thank you. Look, I know you mentioned in your written submission, but I think it'd be useful if you could just touch on a little bit in terms of the potential purchase of Pembroke Street and discussions you've had as a club around that.
Yeah, so we obviously want to do anything we can. Our club has really specific needs. Being a very safety sensitive sport, it requires a lot of that. I'm going to get cut off outside. It requires a lot. Now, one of the things we have considered and one of the things we would encourage you guys to consider is that we do have a purchase proposal that we've also put in front of you. What that would look like, we want to be able to look after the club, look after the building, as we have been doing for the last 30 years. So take a look at that proposal. There's a lot of detail in there around how that might work and what we could do, including things like renovations that might have been slanted for funding.
Thank you for hosting, and thanks again to Brock and Emma. An excellent presentation. Thank you. It's on Diligent, yeah.
Oh, it's online.
It's just at the end of the attachments. Next we have Marietta and Natasha from The Serve. Welcome. Or do we just have Ma?
Yeah, sorry?
We just got Ma. Do we?
Yeah, it's just today. Yeah, unfortunately, Tasha's at a tangi,
No
so
worries.
she sends her love to everybody. Okay.
Thank you. So you have 3 minutes
Cool.
today.
Kia ora ana, Chair, councillors, and tēnā koutou. My name is Marita Matinga, and I'm speaking today as the trustee of the Serve Trust. For more than 12 years, the Serve has provided free meals to Hamiltonians every night of the year. Before COVID, our community gathered around tables, shared meals, built connections, and looked after one another. Then our roof caved in, and we lost that space. So for the last 5 years, we're still serving every single day a takeaway meal from a church doorway. Last year alone, we provided over 43,000 meals, supported by more than 200 volunteers, and distributed hundreds of emergency food parcels. We're proud of that work, and we continue to do it regardless of what is decided today. But the question before you is not whether we keep serving. The question is whether families, kaumātua, tamariki, young people and people doing it tough will continue collecting food outside in the cold and rain, or whether they can come inside, sit down, connect and be treated with dignity. A queue and a table create very different outcomes. A queue moves people along. A table creates belonging. A queue makes it difficult to know who may be struggling. A table creates opportunities to check in, offer support, build relationships, and strengthen community resilience. This is what Pembroke Street provides. It's not an expensive redevelopment, not a major capital project, simply a building already meets most of our needs. It's a room, a table, a functioning kitchen, storage, outdoor space, a place where people can gather safely and with dignity. Together with Go Eco, our partnership we signed together on Monday that brings the building to life from morning through to evening, shares resources, supports community outcomes and carries ongoing operational costs through our organisations. And at a time when Hamilton City Council must carefully consider every investment and every asset, we believe the recommendations deliver strong social value, practical use of existing infrastructure and meaningful outcomes for Hamiltonians. Councillors, we respectfully ask you to support the lease of Pembroke Street to the Serve and Go Eco, and together we can build a building in a place of connection, dignity and belonging for our city. Ngā mihi.
Marita, I think we
Sorry, I
have run
used
out,
my 3
run out of
minutes.
time for questions, but a very good presentation and clear ask. Thank you for coming today.
Kia ora.
Next, we have Joe Wrigley from Go Ecos. Oh, we don't?
Sorry, aroha mai, we have Hera Denton for Go Eco. Aroha mai, Joe's sick today. Kia ora.
No worries. Thank you for coming.
Kia ora. Ki te kaunihera o Kirikiriroa, ngā mema me ngā kaumahi, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Hera Denton ahau, no Go Eco Waikato. 30 years ago, Hamilton City Council established us as the Hamilton Environment Program. We have been working alongside this city ever since. So we're not coming to the council today with the idea of what we could do. We're coming with 30 years of proven delivery behind us. Every year, Go Eco rescues more than 370,000 kilos of food. That's equivalent to more than 815,000 meals, supporting over 40 partner charities. We work alongside more than 70 organisations across the region. The regional scale matters, but Kirikiriroa is our home, and the significant amount of the mahi that we do happens right here. We deliver gardening, composting and zero waste initiatives through 9 Hamilton community centres, alongside food rescue and redistribution the Central Waikato Predator-Free Hub, Pika Pika monitoring and community tours, wetland restoration and environmental education. Food rescue isn't charity alone. It's part of a bigger system of redistribution, waste reduction and environmental action. Our mahi sits across 4 pou kai, pou parakore, pou taiao and regional systems leadership. We get a huge amount of mahi done. We built the relationships and capability to secure funding through multiple contracts, grants and philanthropic sources. And funding is hard to get. We can continue to secure it and we continue to turn that funding into mahi on the ground. That's why Pembroke makes sense. It doesn't enable the mahi is already happening. We already bring the vehicles, the collection routes, supermarket and supplier relationships, cold chain infrastructure, marakai, composting and education. The Serve is already doing its mahi, we're doing ours. Putting it under the same roof allows us to do that mahi better. 1 cold store instead of 2. Rescue kai can come in, be sorted and redistributed, or go straight into the kitchen and be served the same day. Kitchen scraps become compost, compost goes into the mara. Their environmental mahi reaches whānau who may never otherwise have come into an environmental situation. Rescue is perishable. A kitchen running every night means nothing goes to waste. So what are we committing to? Food rescue, sorting and redistribution from the whare. In the grassed area, we want to establish marakai, composting, environmental education. And the mara gives us more than kai. It gives a place to connect with whenua, with kai and with each other, to grow, learn, share knowledge and participate. We'll share the whare and the mahi with the Serve while keeping to our own kaupapa. We'll share the share of the costs, 30 years of a proven contract of grant capability. So what we're asking for is for the council to back what is already working. Your own waste management and minimisation plan calls for community resource recovery hubs. We already are one. So we are asking the council to lease Pembroke Park to the Serve and go eco together. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. We have run out of time for questions, unfortunately, but
I believe our presentation will be sent and any more information could be found in there.
Wonderful. Thank you, kia ora. Next, we have Claire Vandermost from Age Concern. Thank you, Claire. Apologies, I don't have your name, but welcome.
You can introduce me.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Claire Vandermost aho. It's my privilege to be the General Manager at Age Concern Waikato, having previously also served as a board member. Joining me today is Meredith Osmond, our board chair. Age Concern Waikato's purpose is simple: celebrating and supporting older people, from promoting well-being, safety and independence, to reducing social isolation, vulnerability and elder abuse. The Celebrating Age Centre was funded by and built for older people, and for many years it served as Age Concern Waikato's home and a valued community hub. We and the other tenants based there and the older people we serve were displaced due to health and safety concerns with the building. As part of my submission, I have emailed a 16-second video to governance which shows exactly why the building needed to be maintained. Now, while those issues needed to be addressed, the pathway for our return has been lengthy and uncertain. We are very keen, as our members of the community we serve, to return to the centre because of our long history with the building, and our kaupapa remains directly aligned with the original intent. We are the largest and most established organisation being considered, with secure funding and a proven track record. Through Council's expressions of interest process, we propose returning as head tenant, managing bookings to ensure coordinated, safe and effective use of the facility for all users. We continue to believe that this approach would best protect the interests of older people whilst maximising community benefit. We do not understand how the recommended option has been arrived at, and many of our sector colleagues share those concerns. It's important to note that in both options presented, we have been allocated the office space that we prefer. That provides secure and confidential space to us and the people we're serving so we can safely support them and protect that sensitive information. We are committed to working collaboratively with other organisations, and we genuinely see opportunities to do so. And our preference is option 2. We believe it best honours the vision, legacy and purpose of the Celebrating Age Centre, while ensuring it continues to benefit older people and the wider Hamilton community for many years to come. We ask you to choose option 2. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Claire and Miriam. I appreciate your time today. We have one question from Councillor Bidder.
Thank you for your presentation. What do you see as the advantage of being head tenant?
Partly around the legacy of the building and honouring that, and the organisation was that before, so we have a tried and true record of doing so, and it is about honouring the older people with population growth as it is.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I just make one comment?
Sure.
We have 10 staff. We are there from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. We are option B, us providing booking services, etc., makes a lot of sense, and that way we can ensure that our older friends are safe, that the activities that are organised there with other community groups don't put our older friends at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Appreciate your time this morning. Next we have Paul Knox. Paul, if you're here today. When you're ready, Paul.
Anyone?
Yep, that's right. The one with the red light, that's you.
My name is Paul Knox, current and oldest member of the Hamilton Age Friendly Steering Group Committee. I was also on the previous committee which produced the Hamilton Age Friendly Plan 2025-2030, which you as a council have signed off on. My background is 30 years involved in commercial real estate in Hamilton. I wish to speak to 4 points. 1, no consultation. There's been no consultation with the committee concerning the CAC at any time, despite my repeated request to be involved in the process. We are the conduit for council to report matters back to it of matters affecting our seniors, yet we have been ignored to date. What is the purpose of our committee then? I should not have to find out through the back door at the 11th hour of this meeting, and then must apply for a 3-minute speaking slot. It's outrageous. The most important current discussion point affecting seniors of our city, and I, as the most senior member of our committee standing here, representing over 20,000 seniors, has not been asked to provide how seniors think about the matter before us. No sharing, point 2, no sharing of premises. We do not want to trip over lime scooters, navigate through groups of congregating vaping outside the premises to enter. Safety, theme 9 of the plan. The extra theme added by Hamilton to the 8 themes promoted by the WHO because of its importance to seniors. In my 30 years of real estate experience, I have seen the result of a mismatch of tenants under the one roof and the problems created thereby, yet no one has sought my opinion. What is proposed is as bad as it could be. 3, Hamilton Age Friendly Plan Audit. Hamilton is proud to proclaim itself as the first city in New Zealand to become an age-friendly city under the WHO umbrella. I refer to themes 4, social participation, 5, respect and social inclusion, and 9, safety, and my own internal audit thereof. An F was a fail in my day. 2021, fail. 2022, 2023, 24, 25, 26, question mark. In the past, Hamilton has proudly trumpeted as New Zealand's first age-friendly city. Delegations from other councils and age-concerned branches came to see how we did it. They were green with envy. Our flagship, a dedicated 1,000 square metre building purpose designed for Hamilton seniors. This is the glue that combines Clemes 4, 5 and 9 under one roof. We lost our 5 stars when the building closed. Wellborough 1 was over in 4 years, 3 months and 14 days, and that time has passed. At a time in our city's history post-COVID when it was most needed, it wasn't available. Shame on our past councils for not fulfilling their obligations to maintain the building. Otherwise, the sitting tenant would still be there today and we would not be here at this meeting. Council's reputation was up here at one point as an age-friendly city will be in the basement if this motion proceeds. You are failing to comply with the age-friendly plan you've all signed off on. 4, young and old. How can we have a dedicated youth hub but not one for seniors? Not sexy enough? Summary. The solution that will enhance our council's reputation is to give 30 Victoria Street back to those that gave it to you in the first place, and we will get this place humming. I therefore support Dr. Brian Finson, Age Concern and Grey Power, that option 2 be adopted. Please do not rush into a decision. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Unfortunately, we're well over time, but I did allow it because you were
Thank
very
you.
passionate.
I appreciate because I have not had that opportunity to speak before.
Thank you. Next, we have Rudy Deploy from Grey Power. And Barbara. Welcome. When you're ready, you can start your 3 minutes.
Right, Chair and Councillors, I'm here today to ask you to support option 2 for the Celebrating Age Centre. And I want to start with something very simple. This building has a history. Hamilton City Council tells us that the Celebrating Age Centre was established in 1976. It wasn't established by accident. It was created because older people in Hamilton needed somewhere to meet, to connect, to participate, and to support one another. And almost 50 years later, the Council's own report tells us that the centre still has a long history as a community hub, particularly for older people. But there is something else we need to think about. The baby boomers generation is here. They are in our future. Hamilton currently has around 22,000 people aged 65 and older. The rest of you are catching up. By 2030, that is expected to reach 37,000. And by 2050, by golly Miss Molly, 66,000 seniors in our city. That is not a small demographic change. That is the future population of our city. And Council's own age-friendly plan says this growth will have a significant impact on the facilities and the infrastructure that we provide. Council also says that we need to future-proof our facilities and services for our growing older population. So I ask you, Why would we weaken the senior focus of the one facility that was created specifically with older Hamiltonians in mind? Option 2 does not exclude the wider community. Quite the opposite. It gives us an excellent partnership. Age Concern provides the professional services and manages the programming and the bookings. Grey Power has a permanent dedicated presence in the city, and the centre remains available as a community facility. This is not about giving one organisation a favour. It is about preserving the identity and purpose of a facility that Council itself says has historic focus on older people. We are investing in this building. We are renewing it. Let us make sure that we also invest in why it exists. The number of older Hamiltonians is going to grow dramatically. The demand for connection, support, advocacy, and accessibility community facilities will grow with it. Option 2, councillors, doesn't just serve today's seniors. It helps us prepare for tomorrow's seniors. And councillors, tomorrow's seniors are all of us. I strongly urge you to support option 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very passionate presentation. Thank you, Rudy. Next we have Catherine, Annette and Ray from the Hocken House Charitable Trust. Welcome, thank you for coming. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Ko Annette Evans aho. I'm speaking on behalf of Hocken House Charitable Trust. I've got Catherine Parsons and Ray Hooper, who are our trustees as well. And on the screen you'll see actually the star of the show, which is Hocken House Charitable Trust itself. So based over by the hospital, it's been around as a Kauri villa since 1893. And since earlier in the year, council has owned this building. So it's a Category 2 heritage building. What we're proposing is to make use of that beautiful villa as a community health hub, the Hocken House Community Health Hub. We want it to be the home where families and people with health issues can come along and become informed and be supported at that homely location rather than a clinical location. It's ideally placed adjoining the hospital campus, and we can just imagine a lot of people being able to come across from the hospital to visit with people there to get informed. What we offer, we believe, is the best vehicle for raising funds in order to restore the villa and to operate the villa as well. And we can coordinate the ongoing use through the community health organisations. So the benefits to the council would be meeting your heritage obligations as a Category 2 building, enabling community wellbeing, enhancing your reputation as a supporter of local heritage values, and not being a burden on the ratepayer wallets, because we would be part of that process. So we support Clause M, the opportunity to work collaboratively with council staff over the next 3 months alongside Community Waikato in a co-design process. We have some letters of support coming in, but they haven't made it to us yet, but we've been promised it from a number of community health organisations, and we can forward them on. I won't speak to heritage because I know that there are other people who are wanting to speak on that topic. What we're wanting is a collaborative project moving forward over the next 3 months. Happy to take some questions.
We do have time for questions. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Thank you for your the information. So are you a new trust? You're not part of the Waikato Historical Society?
No, we're a totally independent trust.
And when were you established?
We were established about 15 months ago.
Okay.
May 2025.
And did you have conversations with the Historical Trust about this proposal?
Yes, we have met with them before.
And they were not interested in partnering with you at that time, or?
It wasn't about partnering with them, it was about forming an independent trust because we knew they were relinquishing the building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, it's lovely to see the beautiful, beautiful building it is.
It is a beautiful building.
Next we have Suzanne from Te Rongopai. Thank you, Suzanne.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, City Councillors, Council staff and fellow community. My name's Suzanne Rouse and I'm the manager of Te Rongopai Community Trust. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Council staff who have worked through what has been a significant process in assessing and progressing the expressions of interest for the 4 Council facilities. We appreciate the time, care and work that has gone into this process, and we recognise that managing community facilities well is an important responsibility. We are very excited about the opportunity to take a multi-agency and collaborative approach to the newly refurbished Celebrating Age Centre. Our vision is to see this facility once again become a valuable and well-used asset for the community, a place where people can connect, learn, participate and celebrate. We see opportunities to bring some exciting new initiatives to the venue, while also ensuring it remains a well-managed, welcoming and accessible facility that others can use. We believe our experience puts us in a strong position to do this well. Through our work at the Good News Community Centre in Norton, we have a strong background in managing a community facility, supporting a wide range of programs, including for seniors, working alongside other organisations, and responding to the changing needs of our community. We want to bring that same commitment to the Celebrating Age Centre, not simply to operate a building, but to optimise its use and create opportunities for the wider community to benefit from it. For us, working biculturally is an important part of that approach. We want to work in partnership, recognising the importance of Te Riri o Waitangi, building relationships with mana whenua, whānau and community organisations, and creating a space where people from different backgrounds feel welcomed and valued. Ultimately, we see this as a shared opportunity, Council providing an important community asset, and community organisations and agencies working together to bring it to life. Thank you for your consideration of the proposals today. We respectfully ask that you support the first preference, which would allow us to put these plans into action and begin working collaboratively to make the Celebrating Age Centre a vibrant and valuable community asset once again.
Thank you, Suzanne. We have one question from Senior Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you for your presentation. What will the core activity of the centre be for you?
So it'll be a mixture of us ourselves using it for our own programs. So we have like strength and balance classes and other exercise programs, and then we have a youth program.
Okay.
And then what others have to offer as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Next we have Sarah Stokes from Recreate New Zealand. Welcome, Sarah.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of Recreate NZ alongside Waikato Touch to speak in support of our joint proposal for the use of the Te Rapa Sportsdrome building. We've put a lot of thought into what this space could become, and I want to emphasise that we aren't simply looking for somewhere to put desks and run administration from. We see an opportunity to create a youth hub teeming with life. Recreate NZ supports young people with disabilities through adventure, recreation, social, education and employment programs. In Waikato alone, we support more than 180 young people aged 10 to 35. Our demand continues to grow and we are looking for a space that can grow with us. This would provide us with a fit-for-purpose space that will remodel the way we are able to run our programs. This wouldn't just be an office for us, it would be a place where our young people can come into the building during program, develop independent living skills through our midweek programs, and take part in youth-led activities, and have a consistent space that feels like it belongs to them. We have a national youth board made up of young people from Recreate, and youth voice is already embedded into how Recreate operates. With this space, we want to take that further, creating opportunities for young people to have greater autonomy, leadership, and ownership over their own community. There is also an extremely tangible employment opportunity that our occupancy of this space would bring. We would have the potential to employ at least 2 young people with disabilities to undertake regular office and van cleaning, a very unique and worthwhile opportunity with a direct impact. We also believe our partnership with Waikato Touch would be strong and complements one another. Waikato Touch brings community sport, volunteers and participation across the Waikato, while Recreate brings disability, recreation, youth development and inclusion. Our proposal, which you should have in your documentation, sets out our regular Recreate and Waikato Touch use, including Tuesday and Wednesday day programs, monthly Friday evening programs, program drop-offs and collections, overnight program departures and returns, and occasional full-day delivery in the space. With this area being used as a youth hub at a minimum of 3 times a week solely by Recreate, along with Waikato Touch use, the space will be frequently occupied and thriving. There are also opportunities to use the wider hall for programs such as our On the Move midweek. We see this as a space that can create so much for us. A youth hub, a learning space, a place for young people with disabilities to build independence, a place for youth leadership and voice, a place that creates employment opportunities, a shared community home alongside Waikato Touch. For Recreate, this is a unique opportunity. There is currently nothing else in Hamilton that provides us with this kind of fit-for-purpose youth space. Our organisation is growing, the demand is there, and the space has potential to genuinely transform Recreate Waikato. We believe our proposal gives Council more than an occupied building. It gives Hamilton a space that is active, inclusive and genuinely centred around its community. Thank you.
Sarah, I appreciate your time today. We have run out of time for questions, sorry, Councillor Leary. Oh. Next we have Jane Landman from Waikato Heritage Group. Thank you, Jane.
Kia ora, councillors and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. We represent the Waikato Heritage Group. It's an informal group of passionate advocates for heritage. We were quite and very heavily involved in the PC9 process, where we fought to retain the heritage areas, but as you know, we lost a lot of them. We're fully in support of the proposals put forward by the Hocken House Charitable Trust, and we feel that the Trust has a strong commitment to ensuring the future use of the house on site. We would like to reiterate that the low number of EOI viewers for Hocken House was undoubtedly because no one could view it. As there was mould in the building, no one was allowed to enter. Under Schedule 8A, this building is a Heritage A list building. It's also listed at Heritage New Zealand as Category 2. If this house was shifted, as is one of the proposals, it would lose all protection. All status is gone, 0. And this has happened when St Paul's Church was moved to Te Kowhai, is now a cafe, some of you might have been there. Waikato District Council did not regard it as being significant. So it will absolutely up for whatever if it's moved. And it's an integral part of that site. It was a house for the superintendent of the hospital, and it's very wound up with the history of the hospital. We believe it should stay there. Hamilton has lost an incredible number of heritage buildings for anyone who's been following this. It's absolutely mind-blowing. There was a heritage fund. The council had 100 kPA. That was exactly for this purpose, but that fund was discontinued. There was a heritage plan developed in 2016, but most of you, or probably all of you, wouldn't have been here at that time. This was developed and with experts, with Māori. It was a very, very well-researched plan. I've just read you the vision from that plan. The following are ongoing processes. 1, secure funding to support the promotion, protection and management of heritage. Develop and implement a training program for staff. 3, best practice procedures are followed with regards to the collection, storage and protection of heritage artefacts in taonga. Yeah, I'm not sure how well we've done with that, but I think it would be really useful if you read that. There was a reference on here. Our group requests a modification to the resolutions at present. We'd like it to be amended to the staff, including the operation to further investigate the option to retain the house on site. Review the reserve management plan possibly to see if there could be other uses such as other activities. Include funding support in the long-term plan. Request the cooperative partnership funding is investigated between council and community groups. Council can apply to the Heritage Fund for repairs. We already have a conservation plan, which is part of it. We're happy to share that. We're also happy to assist with doing that application if required. Lastly, this building is owned by the City Council, and as a owner of a building, especially a heritage building, we believe the responsibilities go with that ownership. Maintenance is an essential part. Do the right thing, save this building, look after this building, bring it up to scratch and leave it where it is, please. Thank you.
We have gone over time, so unfortunately couldn't entertain any questions, but appreciate you coming to share your views today. Next we have Megan Carrington from Waikato Touch. Kia ora, Megan.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Waikato Touch Association. Firstly, we acknowledge council staff and the assessment panel for the considerable work that has gone into the Community Facilities Expression of Interest process. Waikato Touch is extremely grateful to be recommended as a leaseholder for the Te Rapa Sportsdrome, and we respectfully ask the committee to support this recommendation. If approved, this would be an exciting opportunity for our organisation. Having a permanent base connected to indoor and outdoor recreation spaces would significantly strengthen what we can deliver for our members and the wider community. Waikato Touch has operated since 1989 and now supports thousands of players, coaches, referees, volunteers and whānau. The Sportsdrome would be much more than an office for us. It would enable workshops, coach and referee development, school holiday activities, community programs and new initiatives. However, we would also like to respectfully express our disappointment that Recreate New Zealand has not been included within the recommended occupancy arrangement. The collaborative vision we presented through this process included Recreate and Waikato Volleyball. This was an important part of our proposal, not simply an additional hire arrangement. We saw an opportunity to create a genuinely inclusive community and recreation hub, where sport, education, youth development and opportunities for people with disabilities could operate alongside, and strengthen one another. Recreate's vision for this space aligned closely with our own. Its inclusion would bring regular activity, meaningful community outcomes and opportunities for young people with disabilities to participate, connect and develop within an inclusive recreation environment. We acknowledge the recommendation to appoint Wills alongside Waikato Touch, and we are not seeking to diminish the contribution Wills could make. However, we ask the committee to give further consideration to how Recreate could be formally included in the future occupancy of the sports show. We believe there may be an opportunity to accommodate the recommended organisations while also preserving the collaborative and inclusive vision that formed an important part of our original proposal. Should the committee approve Waikato Touch as a leaseholder, we would be committed to working constructively with council and the other organisations involved. We would also welcome the opportunity to participate in further discussions about how Recreate could have an ongoing and recognised place within the facility. We respectfully ask the committee to support Waikato Touch as a leaseholder while also considering the wider collaborative vision presented through our application. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you. A great presentation. Thank you so much for your time today, Megan. And last but not least, we have Harry Mowbray of Mowbray Group. Welcome, Harry. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning and thank you. Yes, my name's Harry Mowbray and I own the Matangi Dairy Factory. The Matangi Dairy Factory has an extraordinary history. I call it the most significant industrial site in New Zealand's history. It is the home of where Anchor made their money. Anchor started with a fellow by the name of Henry Reynolds, who won a butter competition in Melbourne in 1884. And they said, what do you call your butter? And he said, I don't know, I'm just a farmer from Cambridge. And he came back and he had a 2IC who had been a merchant seaman, and he had an anchor tattooed on his arm. He said, I'll call it Anchor. So that's where the Anchor brand started, just out here. And Matangi was the very first factory to supply him with cream outside of his own farm and immediate neighbours, because the railway line went through to Hamilton in 1882. And so transporting product that is able to deteriorate was able to be done with the rail. So that's the reason Matangi ended up being the first factory to supply Henry with cream outside of his own farm and immediate neighbours. 1896 saw Henry get into financial difficulty. Incidentally, he'd set up other creameries along the railway line. And the New Zealand Dairy Association, who were the co-op that owned Matangi, purchased the Anchor business, and the Anchor business went from there. It's also the home where Highland Condensed Milk started. Highland Condensed Milk was a cheese factory built in 1894. In 1900 it was sold to a guy by the name of William Murray, and he was a good Scottish boy, and he turned it into a condensery and called his condensed milk Highlander Condensed Milk. It is also the home of Glaxo and GlaxoSmithKline, who were the largest pharmaceutical company in the world at one stage. That Glaxo started down in Palmerston North, or Bunnythorpe, just out of Palmerston North, and this is a long story and it's really quite amazing, but he was paying a penny a pound of butterfat more than all the local co-ops, and butterfat was about 6p a pound, and farmers were shifting to supply Glaxo. The co-ops the farmers were leaving the co-ops were going broke, the farmers that stayed with the co-ops were going broke, and so they burned his factory down. He rebuilt it, and then they blew up his boiler with gelignite. And at that stage, he decided to come up to the Waikato. He put a dryer in at Waihu, just this side of Te Arawa, and then realised he needed to be talking to the New Zealand Dairy Association, who were the biggest co-op in New Zealand at the time. And he said, you build me the building, I'll put the machinery in, and I'll pay you a penny a pound of butterfat more. So they did that, and halfway through the construction, they realised they didn't have enough milk, and they went round all the other co-ops in the Waikato and said, come and join us, and they formed the NZ Co-op Dairy Company. And of course, the NZ Co-op Dairy Company became Fonterra. So I believe it's the most significant heritage site and industrial site in New Zealand, and I'm spending between $1 million and $2 million a year on heritage buildings, and I didn't realise 3 minutes was going so quick. But I'm talking here because I'd love to shift Hocken House out to Matangi. I have the original hospital coming to Matangi. That's the original Waikato Hospital, and that would go with a Hocken House. And all I can suggest is you come out and have a look at what we're doing and why and how it's working. But we are spending a lot of time, and I'm absolutely passionate about saving that history for New Zealand and creating an historic site at Matangi.
Time, despite, because we didn't allow overtime for questions for other people.
Come and see us
so
out there. We've got a pub,
apologies.
we can.
But we can.
and I'll show you around, because it really is. It really is so important for New Zealand to actually be starting to look after this, and I'm focused on actually creating the most extraordinary site out there.
Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
cheers.
your presentation. And thank you to everyone in the public forum. I recognise there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of commitment, volunteer hours into the work you're doing in the community. So to each and every one of you and all the applicants, thank you so much. I'll take a read of the room. We can either have a tea break now, or we take the minutes and the chair's report and then take a tea break. Break now for the public forum. Okay, we'll take how long do you need, Senior Councillor O'Leary? 15 minutes? 20 minutes, okay. So we'll come at 10 to 11. Thank you. also acknowledge Mangai Ollie and Councillor Sarah online today too. Okay. Cool. So we'll move to item 5, confirmation of the Community Committee open minutes, 4th of June. Are there any amendments to be made of the minutes anyone's aware of? There being none, I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Anna, a seconder. Councillor Andrew. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 6, the Chair's report. I won't go over details or go over the report again, but I did want to note, as the first meeting since the structural changes last week, this is our first committee for community resilience, and I'm very proud to remain as chair of this committee, being able to continue to oversee our parks and playgrounds and pools and libraries and all the amazing spaces and places and relationships we hold across the city, with an extra focus on emergency management. It's obviously in my wheelhouse, but I ask for your forgiveness in advance if you get sick of me talking about civil defence. On a serious note, one of the changes in structure is that I'll be losing Councillor Anna as my deputy in the committee. I have to say, I knew Councillor Anna was active in the city, but having worked with her more closely in this role, she's just so passionate about our people, our city, our environment, our commitment to Te Tiriti and everything you do. Everything you do with heart and goodness, and whether you're the only person in the room with that view, you hold on to it, it doesn't stop you, and I think that has a lot of heart, and I have a lot of respect for that. So I just want to thank you for your commitment to role as deputy, and for supporting me as chair, for your commitment to the city and all your work. So I'm really sad to have you go, but just wanted to give you a little thank you for your thank you. Yeah, so sad to lose Anna, but also pleased to have another capable person appointed as my new deputy, Councillor Sarah. I know you also have a huge amount of heart for people in our places and our rangatahi too. I think we'll have some challenging work ahead of us, but I look forward to working with you again. First, we've got to get that baby out, but we'll make sure you have a little bit of rest after that to enjoy your time as a new whānau, and we're looking forward to having another Pepe in the chambers. So, yeah, I'll leave it there. And I'll open it up for any questions. Thank you. Nice. We have Councillor Corrales.
Okay, thank you for your report. I just picked up in your written report comments about increased focus on emergency management and building our resilience, and also in your verbal report just now. We have had recently the Paul Davison report on the Mount Maunganui tragedy earlier this year, and I just was interested to know whether you're able to comment on learnings for us from that report, and or whether there's anything that we should be doing to derive assurance that there is not a report in a desk. Yeah.
Yeah, that has been a really significant report, and I think a good reminder of our responsibility as a council, that civil defence and emergency management isn't any single one person's responsibility, but a collective. I'll be working closely with Helen and staff on how we can raise that visibility to councillors, how we can embed more reporting and accountability through our new structure, to ensure we're aware of the risks in our city and appropriately resourcing ourselves to respond to it.
Thank you.
Ngā mihi. Is that all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
We have Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair Emma. My question is about the Waterworld refurb that was noted in your report. So I noticed that there was quite a massive difference between the figures from July 2024 to July 2026. So the July 2024 had 17,000 visits. July 2026 had 45,500 visits. Is there any reason why there's a particular trajectory upward? Was one an odd month and the other wasn't? What does normal look like?
Yeah, great question.
Sorry.
Helen's very passionate about pools. Yeah, and great data control question too. I had a little bit of look, because you gave me heads up on this question last night, on the significant events in July 2024 versus 2026. And it seems that in 2024 of July, there was a New Zealand Secondary School Championships at Waterworld, and also some Waikato winter short courses were ran. I couldn't find the numbers for 2024, but in 2025, the secondary schools noted 900 students from 170 schools, according to our annual report. So I imagine it would be, similar numbers. By 2026, the secondary schools had moved to Auckland. They still held the short courses this year. So interestingly, if anything, the major events that may have skewed data would have gone in favour of 2024. I think there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be some cause and effect that can't be explained. Growth population, lack of private pools, cost fees. But I think the largest change between the two dates is the refurb and upgrade of facilities, which, tells me they're appreciated by the public, but I don't know if GM Helen wanted to add further.
I think that's a really good summary. Thank you, Emma. And but also we have made a concerted effort around our business development, particularly around our gym memberships, which is one of our revenue generating activities at Waterworld. And I'll just let Rebecca comment. I know I'm passing around, but she's got the most knowledge.
Our pools expert.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Mesh. I guess the jump does seem more pronounced because of the partial closure of the facility in July last year, but what it is reflective of is like an upward trajectory and trend that aquatics have been experiencing over the last 2 to 3 years. Since we've opened the new spaces, we have seen a significant jump again in terms of visitation, but there was already an underlying growth trend occurring. So last year, I've just had updated figures, we had 500,000 visits, and so that's a significant jump from where we were a few years ago, which was closer to the 300,000 mark. So it's a combination of those new spaces. There were school holidays, although there was also school holidays in the July 2024. High levels of visitation by families and groups seeking lower cost activity across the city.
Thank you. So just to summarise, we're inferring the increase from growth trajectory happening organically, part of that is from the refurb that we've done, which we think attracts more people anyway, and an increase in our marketing effort to get people there. Okay, thank you.
Of course, remiss of me to say a large proportion of it is thanks to our excellent team at the Waterworld facility. Excuse me. Councillor Mead has a question.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question on that with the increase in visitation, given the fact that it's a public pay for use, how the growth's obviously going to do wonders for the incomes and all those sorts of things. Is that trajectory still looking likely at that at the moment?
Yes, that is tracking the budget currently is tracking very well. It's important to note that with pools, our budget isn't phased equally over the 12 months. Obviously, we have higher revenue through summer, so it's early days yet to, but we are currently tracking above our revenue budget. It's also important to note, though, that when we have increased visitation, we also do have some increased costs. So it's, we have to net that off. We have, it is more strain on our plant and water quality, et cetera, So, but we are tracking above budget and revenue currently. We'll keep tracking that over through summer. So our budget kind of goes like this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That seems to complete the questions for the Chair's report. Can I have a mover for it, please? Councillor Andrew, seconded by Councillor Leo. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Perfect. Right, on to item 7. Oh, debate, sorry. Yes, I'll allow it. Yeah. Is there anyone who wants to debate? Oh, we got Councillor Bitter. Thank you. Yes. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I'd just like to touch on the Korikori Park opening. I had the privilege of attending the opening, and just like to acknowledge what an incredible asset it will be for our city. As some people will know, that we often have to close parks for trainings and games when we have a lot of rain, and we do have a lot of rain in Hamilton. So turfs like this allow for a higher usage of participation, and it's something that's going to be a huge benefit to our city. I'd like to acknowledge the staff, in particular Maria Berry, Helen Paki, and other staff who have done a lot of work on this. And I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that the majority of the money for this project came from external sources. Now, that's an example of council attempting to find ways to be prudent with the ratepayers' money. So, for example, some of the funders were the Well Energy Trust, Grassroots Trust, Waibot Football, Lotteries Community Facilities, and the Lion Foundation. And I'd like to publicly acknowledge all of those organisations who each made a significant investment into this project. I've already been down and seen a few games, seen people training there. I was actually there yesterday. It has been well used, and I know it will continue to be well used. And I'd like to thank everyone for their work, and thank you as Chair for also overseeing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, important reminder of how we can maximise our facilities for our community. Mayor Macintyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be quick because I know we've got a big agenda, but I just want to acknowledge that this is the first meeting of a committee of the whole since the revised governance structure was adopted at our council meeting last week. Thank you for the work that you have already led in the previous committee. I'm delighted that you are continuing to chair it in your new role, and in particular that it does reflect the additional expectations of our community and in fact of our country of focusing on the civil defence and emergency management, climate-related issues that you have already been providing such capable leadership of throughout our region. So we're very lucky to have our regional leader leading our committee here, and I thank you for that. Also want to acknowledge Councillor Thompson for accepting the position of being the Deputy Chair, I know that you'll be very well supported and she'll bring her considerable expertise. And I want to echo the tribute that you paid to Councillor Casey Cox for her role, and just to emphasise that she is moving across to the City Prosperity Committee. You cannot have city prosperity without a thriving community, and so I see that as a new avenue for her to direct her particular energies and expertise, and I agree with you. She's probably second to none, and this is not a reflection on anyone else, but second to none in her willingness to be out and about in our community, supporting every group under the sun, and I appreciate that deeply, and I know she'll continue to bring her heart for that to this committee. So thank you for your first report. All the very best to you and your team. I know that this is going to be an important committee, and we've already seen with the huge interest in our public forum this morning just how challenging some of the work will be, so all power to your own.
Thank you, appreciate that. We have Councillor Sue next.
Thank you, Chair Emma. Yeah, pleased to be participating in the very well-named Community Resilience Committee, because I think that is a really important point to make, is that when we have a strong community, that it makes everything that we do in the city so much more resilient. And I do want to just echo, I think, the questions that Councillor Corrales quite correctly put to your Chair's report around the report on the tragedy at Mauao. There is a lot to learn from that. In my experience and previous career of doing health and safety training, it is a range of things that go wrong, and when they all line up, that's when the terrible tragedy and disaster happens. And so it's important that we learn from each of those several things that went wrong, that lined up, and that we have a robust process within our council to learn from that and to ensure that we are not in that situation that the Tauranga City Council has been in. So a lot to learn from that, and I'll be interested to see what process we have, and I assume it will be coming back before this committee, an analysis of any learnings that we have and any recommendations that we need to put in place as a result. Finally, I just want to also echo the expertise that Anna Casey Cox has brought in her Deputy Chair's role to this. I know that moving to another committee is not going to actually prevent Councillor Casey Cox from being passionate around community issues, and she will carry that through with her. And I have the very great benefit of having received her as a Deputy Chair for the subcommittee for the hearings and what's it called? Regulatory and Hearings Subcommittee as well. So I look forward to working with her in that capacity. Kia ora.
Thank you. Next we'll go online to Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Emma. I simply wanted to also echo your thanks to Councillor Anna for her excellent work as Deputy in this committee, and she leaves extremely big shoes to fill. As others have noted, Anna has amazing connections within our community and is out and about at events and connecting with them all of the time, which is incredible. And I will still continue to be seeking your guidance, Anna, I'm sure, for this committee's work. And I also do want to acknowledge also the emphasis that this committee now will have around resilience in terms of civil defence and emergencies and preparing for that. It links in closely, I think, with the City Prosperity Committee and the work happening with the district plan there. So nothing happens in isolation. It is incredibly important work, and we don't want, as Councillor Rachel has said, we absolutely need to be proactive in this space and make sure that we are seeking information and seeing all the information that's available to make sure we're making the best decisions possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. We have Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. Just quickly to just thank you for the acknowledgements, and it's been a pleasure working with you, Chair Emma. You do incredible work for our city, And I think we all notice that and acknowledge that. But I also wanted to acknowledge all the council for their work in the community. What I do notice this term is a real awesome effort to connect out in our communities and listen, and I think that, yeah, that's incredible, and that's our strength as a council together. So thank you everyone, and thank you for the beautiful flowers. Kia ora.
Thank you. We have Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair Emma. It's really good to see, as I read through your report, the breadth and the depth and the diversity of community activities that are happening all across the city. Now, when I read reports, typically I tend to notice the numbers and the data and the nuance and the discrepancies and what doesn't add up. And so, because that is often my lens, and from there I'm inferring patterns and relationships, I know that is one lens, one way to look at things, and so I really appreciate and acknowledge the lens that you bring, which is quite a different lens. You know, in a city of 192,000, I suspect you've actually met most of those people. When I look at the photos in your reports, and you're across all of these different things, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And in the same space, acknowledging both Councillor Anna and Councillor Sarah, you know, the leadership that you both have brought in this space and will take to other spaces, and having worked with Councillor Sarah in the city delivery. Councillor Sarah and I are pretty opposite in most things, but not in passion and not in effort. But I will miss working with Councillor Sarah, but in this space, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that Councillor Anna has done in this space. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. We have Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair Emma. Just awesome first report for you in a new role. I just saw on the back of Kurikuri Park and the opening of the turf and the development of that, I think it's right at the moment also to mention Hamilton Old Boys, who've just supplied their turf at no cost to the council on our land. So that's a brand new turf, and they want to go down there, it's just about done. So I thought it would be the right time in a council meeting to acknowledge that it doesn't always need council money, and a group's gone out, fundraised, put it in, and there's 2 fields down there that are looking pretty sharp when I saw them the other night. So if we could just get that on public record, it's done and happening and going.
And good work, commendations to them on their efforts. It's no easy feat, so congratulations to them. Councillor Huata.
Tēnā koe, Chair Emma. I wasn't going to debate, but it would be remiss of me not to echo the mihi to your former Deputy Councillor Anna, and it is true to say that I said to her, if I was ever going to do a speech for you on some occasion, my line would be, she was here, there and everywhere. And that will continue to happen, and I am extremely heartened that you'll be Deputy Chair in City Prosperity alongside Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor. That is going to be a perfect complement, and I can feel safe and secure knowing that that committee is going to prosper. So, kia ora.
Perfect. Well, that's that wraps up that item. We'll now. Yeah.
Reply. No thanks.
Lovely. We'll open it up to item 7, community facilities, expression of interest. I think there is a lot of interest in the room. It's been a... I think we already... Yeah, we did. We did, because I've... Yeah, because I forgot people wanted to speak to it. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I guess this has been a hot little item. There's been a lot of passion and at times heated conversations. There's been site visits and workshops, 2 workshops. Councillors have had an extensive amount of questions on a broad range of topics, which staff have diligently responded to, so I thank them for that. I'm not sure how many questions we have left, but I'm sure there will be some. So I'll leave it to Maria to present the report, and then we'll open for further questions. And just a reminder, we'll be doing a single debate, 3 minutes on all facilities, but take each vote separately. Just clear as mud.
Kia ora koutou, ko Maria tuku ingoa. Most of you will know that I'm Maria, the Parks and Recreation Unit Director. Beside me I have Amy Satterfield, who is the Parks and Recreation Manager. Absent is Karen Kwok, who did a lot of work in the lead up, and due to the delay she had leave booked, so I'm sure she's very sorry that she couldn't be here today to see the final decisions. In introducing this item, I would just like to acknowledge the public forum speakers and how clear it is, and what a nice reminder of how much mahi is going on in our community every day. And that these choices are not easy choices because of the value of that work that's happening. I'd also like to acknowledge the journey, roughly 12 months, for some of you longer, that you've been on with us through this EOI process. As Emma said, I know that there are motions and questions, so I'll leave the report as read at this point and open up for questions.
We'll start with Councillor Leary.
Chair, Emma, I have a series of questions on each property, so do you want to sort of do it that way rather than go all over the place? And also have me ask questions for 5 minutes, because I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah, we can take it as separate. So we start with...
Can we start with celebrating age? Because it's the
Celebrating
top of my
age.
list.
Yeah, starting with C.
Thanks so much. I will be as succinct as possible. So we heard from Age Concern this morning that they prefer option 2. They said they didn't know how option 1, the staff recommendation, came about. Can you explain that?
So again, I referenced the journey that we've been on, and since the closure of the building and the relocation of Age Concern, we had been having conversations with them and noting that there were different managers and different board members at the start of this process. And so initially the indications were that they did not wish to manage the bookings for the facility, hence why it was put into the EOI process. Staff felt that the EOI process had set some vision and goals, which was supported by council, so we saw that process through, and in assessing the applicants, we tried to assess against that process.
Okay, thank you. We also heard from Mr. Paul Knox this morning, hearing about the whole thing at the 11th hour, and given council is Age Friendly Steering Group as part of our ecosystem, can you just explain what happened there?
I can't, unfortunately, Councillor Angela, so I had reached out to the ComDev team, and the key people are not here today to give assurance that that group had been specifically contacted, but what I can say is that the expression of interest process was far and wide, and many other groups were aware.
Yeah, okay. So it would just be good to understand either via email later how we reached out to some of those stakeholders. Final question on this one. Can you explain why the recommendation is approving a sublease for diversity counselling at the same time as you're recommending approving a preferred leasee? I just want to understand why we have a policy, why we would be looking at interfering is not the right word, but you know what I'm saying? We're approving 2 leases, and yet the whole point of the expressions of interest is to have a key leasee.
So there's two reasons. So in conversations with Age Concern, and again respecting the use that they have had in that space. They wanted exclusive use of an area of the building and had identified that area of the building really early on, to the point when the expression interest process went out, that part of the building was ring-fenced essentially for age concern. The next part of the building, the next lot of the expressions of interest, the staff recommendation is for Te Rangapai to hold the lease. It's not unusual for leaseholders to have sublets, and so instead of having 3 different leases, it was age concern, Te Rangapai, and noting the sublet to diversity counselling.
Okay. Did Age Concern put in an expression of interest to be the head tenant?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor O'Leary. They put an expression of interest, not specifically noting head tenant in the expression itself in the application. Post further conversations with them throughout the process, that's when we understood they were interested in that.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So just a reminder, we're taking questions on celebrating age. We will go to Councillor Bidder.
So Te Rangapai does great work in Norton. What is the advantage for it being in the city centre?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bidder. It was identified that they were looking to grow their program to meet some of our western side of the city, particularly the new proposal to run the Not Employment Education Training Program for some of the youth in that area. It was also looking to expand some of their services where their current centre wasn't able to accommodate as much, so bridging more opportunities to expand their reach across the city, not just specific to where they're located now.
Thank you. So Te Rangapai has some great activities like balance exercise that is compatible with age concern, but other activities, and you mentioned youth activities there, might not be compatible. How is that to be managed in option 1?
Yeah, so we have a schedule of use that we can speak to and share with you later after this meeting, if you so wish. That is more, we chose Te Rangapai because the use of that facility would actually allow for increased use of community bookings compared to some of the other applicants. So although some of the activities being delivered could be seen as not supporting some of the age compatible, there was also opportunities to bring in other services for the community. So we had to weigh that up in that decision, balancing what could be there and not. Some of those other activities are more quiet activities, like mum and bob activities, bringing in some support for our older population, and some of those youth programs at certain times of the week. They do run all day, from morning to evening, so there is a balance across there.
I think, sorry, the other point I would make, if I could, Councillor Bidder, is that with sharing arrangements, or essentially we're talking about flatmates, there will need to be some regular flat meetings and to make sure. My understanding of Te Rangapai's proposal is whilst they would activate and program the space, there is still time for for age concerned to also have a piece of that bookable space for their activities. So it really is focused on getting maximum use. There's also a 2-year review clause for us formally to sort of test how things are going, and staff management and conversations through their relationships with the leaseholders.
Just to add to that, the original vision too, and which is in earlier reports, that facility has always been, well, for a long time, has been a multi-use facility in terms of bookings, and that was the clear direction to staff, that we didn't lose that component. So whilst, yes, largely an age focused facility and been its main purpose, that we didn't lose that wider community booking aspect of it. So that's been front of mind for staff as well. And also the intergenerational use, we have heard that from a lot of our seniors as well. Myself, entering the seniors, that intergenerational activity can also be very, healthy.
Thank you. So finally, now Age Concern has expressed wanting to be a head tenant and being able to manage the booking process. Is there any problems with just flipping it around so that Age Concern manages the bookings for Te Rangapai, just because the predominant focus is on age-friendly, so they have a little bit more authority over that flatmate relationship?
Yeah, thank you for the question. When we had conversations with Te Rangapai to explore all the different options, they expressed they weren't interested in the lease unless they were the head lease that could manage those bookings of the facility itself.
Thank you.
That's all your questions? We're going to Councillor Corrales.
Given that we've almost completed a reasonably substantial renewal process, are there any renewals anticipated in the immediate or medium-term future?
No, the current renewal process has been very thorough.
Thank you. I just want to signal I have a series of questions that apply to all of the spaces, so I'll leave that for at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just take them now, Rachel. Oh, sorry, Councillor Corrales.
Okay.
At the general questions.
So if we were to undertake a strategic review of the entirety of the community facilities network, and the council determined that they wanted to take a different strategic direction, what are the mechanisms in the current lease, or the draft lease, that would enable change?
So all of our community occupancy leases that are on reserves have a clause in them that essentially says if council determines that there is a better and higher use for said facility, that the lease can be terminated. As I said, the standard clause is with 6 months' notice. There will be some variations on that.
Thank you. My next question is around, because all of these facilities seem to operate at a loss year on year, and in the event that the review of the community occupancy policy results in an adjustment to rental subsidies, are there any mechanisms in the lease to give effect to that change?
Yes.
Can you, how would that happen?
So under the current policy, rental reviews are undertaken at the time of policy renewal and then applied the following December. There's a lease clause in the standard lease that enables that to be implemented.
Thank you. My last question is, so we have a network of community facilities. Do you have a view in terms of the EOI processes that are on the table right now, whether any of the buildings that we're talking about would be suitable from your perspective for divesting?
I could probably answer that question the other way round,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. So Celebrating Age Centre is a building that has had an extensive look at other options, including community council partnerships and commercial partnerships. So we've looked at everything backwards and forwards, and that concluded that for the next 10 years, those options are not really viable. So the Te Rapa Sports Dome is the other one where we have a demonstrated shortfall in indoor recreation court space. The building is with us because it couldn't be run by the community, and again, I think you heard our touch speakers speak to that opportunity to activate the other investment that we've made in the outdoor spaces by having sports-based tenants in that building working with Puketi who are in the community space at that site.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, if that's okay. And because these were conversations that Maria and I had at length also, with an awareness that, we do have workshops scheduled to look at this in view of the LTP and how we treat our community facilities going forward as a whole, our network. And so the recommendations in the report today, we've made those assumptions around Celebrating Age and Te Rapa being quite integral to our community facility network in terms of what they provide and how they can be optimised. They would be difficult buildings for someone to run or operate without the support of a council in some form. So those are the assumptions that have been, that are kind of underlying the staff recommendations today.
Thank you for those full answers. Yeah.
Your final question, Councillor Crowe?
In relation to the general, yeah.
General?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got Councillor Leo, Councillor Graham, Councillor Maria, Councillor Mesh, and then we'll go to Councillor Sarah online. So, Councillor Lou.
My question is, what will we actually lose in terms of utilization or community access and the option 2 compared with option 1?
Sorry, you may need to repeat it because there's some...
Sure. What we actually lose in terms of utilization or community access and the option 2 is versus to option 1?
Option 2 versus option 1. Well, so the Te Rangapai has put forward 43 hours of weekly use, plus opening up the area for additional use for the community bookings themselves. So you lose up to at least that, in consideration that they do have a number of users of those services coming in, varying across those different activities. When it comes to option 2, you do have the existing users for age concern that would still remain, so that's not being impacted. It would just be Grey Power, which at this rate we understand has about 2 to 4 meetings per week, individual meetings per week, and then meetings once a month for their community, and additional meeting once a year, I believe, for gatherings. So there still would be available bookable space in that way, but you're shifting the use from activating the space with 43 hours of use weekly, encouraging more bookings, to, I guess, more bookings available from Grey Power and age concern with limited usage by them.
My understanding is historically they do message booking for other age concern community groups as well, such as Golden Age Chinese group. My second question is, given the age concern Waikato has been associated with this place since 1998, and the facility was specifically established around old people. What is the strongest reason for us to move away from that age group focus model now?
So I guess the EOI is sought to understand what it would look like if you were to open up and maximise the investment that you've just about to finish making in that space. And there are 2 clear options in the report before you for that very reason. You have an option to retain it for aged care facilities and acknowledge that they will do their best to maximise the use, or you can start with a sharing arrangement that has the proposal for the 45 odd hours of activation as a starting position.
So thank you. So you're saying under option 2 is concerned Waikato can still manage the facility and they can still allow other broader community for broader use and while maintaining older people as a primary focus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions that are to this, but probably across the whole thing that we can answer now. Across all the venues, probably not Hocking House so much, the head leaseholder, will they manage the lease, the fees that are charged, the collection of the fees across all venues, and set the rates for them? Like on the Age Concern Centre, if we go with the new one, who sets the rates, who ensures that 6 hours a day is that spread for other people to use? Because 6 hours a day, that's 7 days, that's pretty prime time, 7 days a week. How do we ensure that across that whole board, we've got access for everybody else? And how's the rate set and how the money collected?
So with the exclusion of Te Rapa Sports Dome, where the sports hall So the indoor court facility would continue to be operated by council. So council would pay the costs and collect the revenue for the sports hall. The leaseholders or the head leaseholder would collect any revenue from the bookable spaces and set the fees. Those fees must be set in conjunction with council, so there's lease clauses. We've also strengthened that the final lease clauses for any of these arrangements would be agreed with our chair, Emma, and general manager to make sure that the community's wider interest is built into those lease clauses.
Yeah, so coming back to the spread of bookings, how do we ensure at 42 hours a week that the rest of the community has access? Are we looking at set times every day? Is it a split calendar? Because, yeah, that's, if it's 42 of prime time, everybody else hasn't got a show.
Yeah, so there'll be a booking calendar that we will have to work through with the groups. You know, you've got a chicken and egg situation where we work through all of that detail and council says, no, we're still not happy with that. Or you provide, you know, the basis of the proposal and agree to work through that with our chair and deputy chair, chair and general manager and the groups.
If we talked, following up on Rachel, Councillor Corralis's, if in the LTP or things like that, the council decided that there needs to be a better return on the amount of money we're getting back from some of these facilities of how much it's costing us, how is the introduction of what it might not be market but more fees going to affect our tenants, or these 4 tenants anyway, with a requirement to pay more potentially?
So any increase in fees would affect all of the leaseholders in the 17 buildings and 100 odd land leases. So when we did this in 2018, we had spreadsheets and formulas concertinaing across the table where we had anticipated the impact, what the increase was, talk to council and talk to community about what that looked like from their perspective and whether, at what sort of phasing or any of that could happen. So there's a lot of discussion that happens usually before a rental increase is landed, because a lot of these community groups don't have, they're not commercial operations, they don't have lots of money in the bank. So rental increases do impact. And we have, I mean, 2018 we did it, it does happen.
The second to last one is on KPIs. Will each set be given a set of KPIs to achieve the targets of community use, no matter who the head lease operator is? And the second part of that is, if there is joint head leaseholders and there's conflict in there regards KPIs and usage, how is that to be resolved before we get into a situation we have to get involved?
So both of the arrangements where we have joint leaseholders, only one of them is responsible for the bookable spaces. So the KPIs would sit with that lease.
So yes, there will be KPIs with the
Yeah.
lease.
And the last bit was we brought in the final bit of the remodelling of Victoria Street. We went back and did the stairs and the offices upstairs. Did that come in under budget, or was that an extension over and across what we already spent?
That is within the current budget.
Sorry?
It is being managed within the current budget allocation.
That's cool. I think that's me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Maria next.
B, and your sidekick, sorry. Just a quick question about Age Concern and Grey Power. What kind of relationship do they have with the Rauawa Kaumātua Charitable Trust, if any?
I'm not able to answer that question at this time.
That's okay. And just some quick other questions about the process and potential workshops. And just for clarity, when did the EOI process for the community facilities open and close, and how long have we been discussing this issue?
So the EII was advertised in December initially with some of our groups. In January of this year, 2026, we had open days where groups in the community could come to 2 of the 4 facilities. Due to the health and safety issues of both Hawken House and Celebrating Age Centre, we had videos instead that were posted online. Staff were open to any questions, comments, concerns of the groups themselves. The EOI applications went live on 1 February. They closed beginning of March. The process then to assess and work through the recommended shortlisted, followed by interviews with the shortlisted groups, followed by more questions post the postponement of that April committee has been undertaken. So initially December 2 at present.
Oh, yep, so almost 9 months, okay. Who designed the criteria and decision-making matrix for the EOI process, and did elected members or council get to have a contribution to that?
So the criteria for all of the assessments is based on our criteria in the community occupancy policy. That was then put through a matrix, and examples were added for what a rating of 5 or 1 would be. That was led for our technical experts within the team who've been working in this space. It was a panel across sport, community, and recreation and community that assessed those. Independent evaluation and moderation happened after that. No council involvement around the criteria other than that was the policy guiding it was undertaken.
So essentially, elected members would be aware of the policy if they looked at it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. If we were to hold a potential workshop, a community facilities network workshop to be provided to elected members on facility condition, just reading your words, Councillor Mish, utilisation, operating costs, forecast renewal requirements, asset values and options for retention, rationalisation and divestment to inform future long-term planned community facilities planning discussions. Noting that our workshops are very, very full at the moment, when is that likely to happen? And if it is to inform the long-term plan, would the decision be made in 2027 about what's going to happen with these facilities?
So my understanding is that there's going to be LTP conversations, operational costs, capital costs, and the community facilities is a topic within that, and those workshops will be kicking off 28, 29 September into October. And then we also have a backup workshop date in November because we expect that there will be this many questions on 4 buildings if we start looking at the 17. We expect there will need to be quite a thorough process with elected members to make sure those LTP proposals are landing where you need them to land.
So all the groups that have been a part of the EOI process to date, which started in December 2025, will they potentially have to wait a whole year?
That very much depends on the decisions you make today.
And I think, just coming back to my response to Councillor Corrales earlier, that those are things that we have considered in terms of our recommendations today, that we do have around 17 community facilities to consider in terms of the LTP with an average age of 73 years. But the 2 facilities that we've made recommendations on today, Celebrating Age and Te Rapa Sports Dome, from a staff perspective, were facilities that we'd see as integral to our network going forward.
Thank you, Helen. One last question. How many workshops have elected members been able to participate in to speak with staff about the EOI recommendations?
We have had 2.
Kia ora.
Visits. Yeah, and some site visits.
Is that all your questions, Councillor Mania? Thank you. Councillor Mish.
Thank you, Chair Emma. I have 3 general questions rather than specific for the Celebrating Age facility. Am I correct that the expression of interest process was designed to determine the best future occupants of these facilities rather than test any upstream questions of whether council should continue owning these facilities?
Yes.
Thank you. And the expression of interest process has been governed by the community occupancy policy, and that policy governs the rental of these properties and does so at an 87.5% rent subsidy. Is that correct?
Yes, it's based on square metre and the category of the building.
Thank you. And when is that policy up for review?
There will be a workshop with councillors in September and a subsequent November committee report seeking to go to public consultation for that policy.
Thank you. Do you know the total of the rent that's been foregone on these 4 properties that we're looking at? Obviously, Hocken, we've just recently acquired. Do you know the figure for the last 12 months, or the last financial year?
I could probably get someone to do some mathing in the background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mesh. We'll go in line to Councillor Sarah, who's been waiting patiently. And then back to Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. My question was just in regard to specifically celebrating age. Could you speak to the previous usage of the space and how much it was utilised? Do we have any kind of information on that?
Look, I think we're going back quite a few years, Councillor Sarah, and I think, you know, before the building began to deteriorate, the centre was a vibrant hub of activity, and there was Zumba classes and other activities. People had, you know, bingo nights, that sort of thing in that main hall. Over time, I think it's fair to say Age Concern as an operation has shifted and, you know, expanded and contracted along the way. So I guess part of the vision was returning the building to a vibrant hub of its heyday.
Okay, and I recall when we approved moving ahead with renewals, there was within the motion something around us wanting to maximise the utilisation of the building as we look forward. So in terms of the staff recommendation, how will we monitor kind of outside of the already expected usage, how well the bookings are being managed? And alongside of that, how do we ensure that those groups that did use it regularly, such as the Golden Age Chinese Society, would still feel that they can have easy access?
Yeah, so I expect, Councillor Sarah, that there'll be some KPIs in the lease agreement, and we'll be having regular meetings with, if it's Te Ranga Pai or Age Concern, whoever is responsible for those bookings, and reports back through this committee if it so desires.
And there's a review period, is my understanding. So if things aren't tracking as how we would expect, then there's an opportunity for a review. Is that correct?
Yes, so staff included the review period in the recommendation, acknowledging that this is a different model. And again, I keep talking about a flatmate situation. It is a multi-group sort of arrangement, so we felt it prudent to have a formal review of how that's working.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a generic question. It's not to do with one facility or another. We've had the EOI process, and I think Councillor Huata's questions have walked us through, reminding us of what process we've been through. You've said in response to Councillor McDonald that we have a policy decision to make in this space before the end of the year. So my question is really what learnings there are around the EOI process. I would, observe that it seems to have been, obviously there's more demand for the space than what we've got space, so that's something for us to think carefully about in the future. And it's been quite a competitive process for a collaborative sector. As I understand it, the community sector is very collaborative in the way it works, and this seems to be quite a competitive process. So my question is, What would you do differently? Are there learnings through this process that you think it would be worthwhile sharing with us at this point in the process?
I think there are many learnings. And I think part of the staff's plan is getting through today and then really having a deep dive into those learnings. I think it has been a rough process on our community groups and staff. I think one of the key things is kind of working under policy guidance and assumptions that have been set by a previous council have been problematic.
Okay.
So in terms of a big process like this, perhaps we wouldn't do that spanning 2 terms. Just again to make sure that we do have the elected members on board with. So, you know, those are the initial learnings, but there will be many more as we work through the back end of this process and go back to our groups and talk to them about their experience. We've had some of those conversations already, so I have some understanding of it, but I think you're spot on in terms of a competitive process for a collaborative group has been a little bit uncomfortable, and that is worth acknowledging.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in there too, and not to because Marie answers the questions very well, but I just wanted to say I think the intent was the right intent. I think staff tried to do something differently because a lot of the decisions over the years have been made in a very ad hoc way, and I think what you're saying about collaboration is what staff were intending to leverage on. How can we get parties working together so that we can optimise our facilities? And I think Maria's right. Once we look at how to, could we have done that in a different, and could we improve the process to achieve that objective? But I think the intent was the right intent. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you've probably just answered my next question, but I will ask it just so I'm really clear. Is this the first time that we have used this process? It is, okay.
For multiple facilities, normally in the past we have done it one by one.
Right.
So Cote Pacifica, we're part of an expression of interest for the Stadium Bowling Club.
Right.
That process was for a single facility. This one was for multiple. So yeah.
We thought we might be able to move the pieces around.
Yeah, okay. So just an initial observation, if you're prepared to share it with us at this point, about whether that idea of using it for multiple facilities turned out to be a good idea, or did it complicate things too much?
Oh, look, I think, again, to Helen's point, the intent, like, it's very rare that we would have 4 facilities at once because, as previously mentioned, these facilities are sought after because they are really reasonably priced. It is rare. I wouldn't say never. There would be, if the opportunity arose, I think we just need to think very carefully about that process, and we can have further discussions because the EOI process is embedded in the policy again. So you guys can give us some ideas about what that looks like going forward as well.
Thank you.
Change.
Thank you. Just in terms of age concern building, was weighting given through the EOI around how long a tenant had been there for?
So in the case of celebrating age, I would have to say yes, and that they were from the get-go. And it's also worth mentioning that they were supported in an alternative, obviously they were in the building was closed. Staff have given them support to find alternative premises and financially as well. And then that space was earmarked for age concern going back into the building.
And that was all reported through council. And approved through council.
Yeah.
And just final thing, the building was built, was it 1979? Funding from council and other groups, particularly a number of seniors groups. So would it be fair that the original intent of this building was for senior citizens?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anna. That's okay.
on Recreate, and I just don't understand, I don't know a lot about them. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, okay, never mind.
But actually we're moving to Te Rapa now, so I'll let you carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, sorry. So the Recreate submitter, I'm just wanting to understand why they haven't been included.
So I guess it's fair to say that Te Rapa was another tough decision. There were a number of very good applicants for that, and I'll let Amy.
Yeah, it was a very tough decision because both Recreate and Wills were both very strong in their application. What it came down to was understanding the thought around the vision being a sport hub. So the idea of Wills going in there with touch was enable a lot of that sport leadership, a lot of the sport trainings, a lot of the ability to raise the sport profile and encourage more sporting use of that. Recreate and Wills both required the same amount of space, which was a challenge in how to accommodate all of the different lessees within there. We had proposed that Recreate could still use some of that available booking space that's there with touch. So is more in those.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Is the proposal from Waikato Touch, does that mean that it's going to be the sports field in particular I'm interested in, just in terms of activation and usage, is their intention to be the home of touch and to have games on the field, or is it just using the building for office space?
They will be using the field and activating the outside of the field as well.
Okay.
I will find my notes on how often they will be using
You're doing
it.
very well answering questions. Very well.
I think, some codes do have aspirations of the home of this and the home of that. That hasn't been proposed as the whole site being the home of touch. It is, touch will be in the building, use the outdoor space, but they will also continue to use many of our other sports fields around the city for their modules, I would expect.
So given that one of the primary goals for us is activation, why was that? I mean, that's not giving me any confidence that they're really going to be using those fields, which are all that green space, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so as I understand...
Why is that left out?
We can put that further in the information available, but Touch would be using the remaining days at Ashurst Park that Cricket is not using. They then would also be looking at those days that they currently use Discovery Park, which is Mondays, and Swarbrick Park on Monday, Thursdays, seeing how they could balance that usage at Ashurst as well, considering the other sporting codes and how to make the most use of that space.
So use of the fields will definitely increase if they... Okay, thank you. Can you explain how the Sportsdrome arrangement will work alongside Puketi Neighbourhood House's role? Things that they will commonly use, who will manage and who will be responsible, like the shared car parks, parking access in general, and any other common spaces. How will that be managed and by whom?
So at the moment, the car park is not exclusively leased to any one of the parties.
I know.
It's available. I guess we would expect the groups to work collaboratively, and if there's problems, we would get involved. Knowing the groups concerned, they're all pretty good. I don't expect there to be too much.
But if there was an issue of, I guess that would be up to the to staff to sort out. Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you recommending that council keep control of the booking of the indoor courts? In the document it says to achieve or to ensure equitable access, but are you doing that because there is a specific concern around access, or is it just that's the easiest way to manage, that facility? What's the reason?
There's probably a bit of both. It's worth noting that the peak hours are spoken for in that Sportsdrome. So we have 11 court
deficit in our
Yes.
city for indoor rec. So having somebody else manage the facility isn't going to magic up any extra use in those peak hours for basketball or anyone else who's screaming. If it shifted to somebody else to manage, the model is usually they then take on the costs of running the building and the revenue from the bookings. We know that the costs associated with running the building and the revenue are here and here.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay,
and
that's
because
clear,
it's
yeah.
a single court,
Yeah.
for another operator to come in, you know, for them to staff it, it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
And final follow-up question just on that then, Maria, that also, does that ensure, if we retain that function in-house, that ensures no one has preferential treatment? It's first in, first served for the wider community? Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Corrales.
Just on the Wills Recreate proposal, when I first saw it in the agenda, I assumed that that related to Waikato Trust, Touch. I assumed that they were working together in the part that Waikato Touch were going to take on. So I'm wanting to clarify that what we heard this morning was an alternative proposal that would exclude wills?
Yes.
Okay. Then my second question is around anticipated renewals in the medium to term.
So there is renewals funding in this current year to address the issues that I've outlined. Have you got that? And we had held off those renewals until we knew who was going into the space, just in case they didn't want a wall where there's, you know, or that that sliding door and those sorts of things. By and large, the renewals are addressing safety compliance. There's a funny little spiral stairway that's no longer compliant that goes up to a second floor that's not compliant. So those sorts of things. Yeah.
And can you speak to the impact of those renewals from a longevity use of the building, future use of the building?
So we don't expect any other investment until about year 9 of the 10-year plan. So we've already renewed the sports hall, we've renewed the internal changing rooms, and this is the last piece of the building puzzle.
Thank you.
And the renewal of the sports hall includes a sprung floor, which also helps with our booking of that space and use we're able to provide. So it's really been a program of maximising what we've got.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. My question is around the figures we were provided in terms of the costs and the revenues. So Te Rapa Sports Dome currently has $67,000 a year in indoor court hire. Is that correct? And then we've got $5,880 in anticipated rental from the partial lease. So would that $5,000 be in addition to the $67,000, or would that be instead of?
In addition.
In addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. We've got a proposal in front of us that had Touch and Wills in it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked with them about saying today you were bringing that to here? Because we've now got a different one that's coming from Touch to us today that's different to what you want, and it's sort of a little bit confusing for me.
Yes, both of those parties have been told about the recommendation coming forward. So the opportunity of the proposal that's in front of you today came from when we gathered all of those groups together to understand what shared use of that space could look like, understand the utilization and how to maximize that space. From that initial meeting that we had with all the groups, Touch and Recreate chose to put a new proposal forward as a joint proposal, which you see today. Within that, we still had to make the recommendation of Wills or Recreate, noting that Touch was going to be fully activating the space inside and out.
And also noting that you heard our guest from Touch earlier say that their preference would be for Recreate, they would work with Wills. So for the reasons that Amy outlined before, in terms of if you wanted a sports hub, the staff are recommending Wills. Recreate also had a very, very strong proposal, just not quite as aligned. Yeah.
When you had the meeting of everybody, did everybody that had an EOI get invited to that meeting?
The short list of applicants did.
No, everyone that applied that's come up in front of us today, did they all get invited to that meeting?
Yes.
The other one is with the volume of people that you're looking at having there in offices, where's the office space coming from, given the volume of people who are going to have a lease and a sublease? That's going to cost us money to actually increase the office space.
So it would be exploring that opportunity with Wills, who would be the backup house who hold offices there, and understanding with the renewal what the needs are and what could be done within existing budget, if that is so appropriate.
If that's the case, that's going to increase our cost, isn't it?
Within budget. Within budget.
What's the budget?
The budget for the renewals is $1.5 million. It does include some structural investigations, so subject to the scope being confirmed, that budget may be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Neha.
This may sound a little long-winded, probably a short answer. For all the proposed leases in your report recommendations for all 4 venues, I would imagine that there's still a need from community groups who are unsuccessful for use of the facilities. Although they may have submitted unsuccessful proposals, does that exclude them from working with the successful leases moving forward?
No.
Very good.
Kia ora.
Clear. Councillor O'Leary.
One follow-up on my previous question around activation and access, I guess, just on parking. I understand that parking now without a tenant in the sports dome is often at capacity, and that emergency access for emergency vehicles is blocked, so there's already a problem. How can we address that, and then B, if the committee decides to approve a new tenant today, how can we get some assurance that the problem won't be further exacerbated, because the car parking's quite limited as it is?
So I haven't been made fully aware of those issues that you speak of, and that the whole car park is at capacity. I'm aware the bit in front of the sports dome sometimes comes under pressure, and people may need to walk from the back end. But certainly that is something that staff can work with the teams to explore. And there are other opportunities with path connections from the neighbourhood coming to us soon as an adjacent development which provides more off-street parking.
Is that the one we've been talking about for quite some time?
The Porter's space, yeah.
Okay, and maybe if we could circle back in the workshops and just get a note on that, that would be great. Thank you.
I might just jump in because I've been very patient. Following from Councillor O'Leary's earlier question, so within the applications is a proposal for Puketi Neighbourhood House to take on the bookings for the hall. Would the expectation of staff or of council with that be that they take on the revenue and the maintenance costs? Is it?
That is the normal model.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question on that one. We'll go to Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. So on this venue, you've talked about that, what I would call almost a line ball call, coming down on the side of it being a sports hub with the recommendation that you've put forward. Recreate work with people who are differently abled, as I understand it. Do we have a hub for people with disabilities, people who are differently abled? Do we have such a thing in our city?
I think, no, not that I'm aware of, and I think this is one of the things council will need to consider in its future conversations about community facilities. Are we going to have a hub for this, that and everything, or are we going to focus, or what are we what are we providing for our communities?
Yeah, so if that's a future question, then it's swayed a current decision, though, hasn't it? The idea of having a building that's a sports hub.
Well, I think that is a new concept that's being introduced on the table now that hasn't previously been contemplated. So if council did want to contemplate that, they could either do it now and at the workshops.
I'd also suggest it's something that can be built into KPIs as well, around like use and who's given use, how much use you kind of attribute to or allow for. I know the Peak, certainly really kind of inclusive indoor recreation centre, they run, days for disability sports and have teams participating on their, within their facility. So, it could be something that's included in
that. Helen does just make an excellent point that I didn't pick up on from earlier, is that the leaseholders for the office space will help activate the indoor court, but it doesn't exclude Recreate from booking those court spaces and utilising those available hours.
Yes, so on that issue, because I'm assuming that you're familiar with the way in which Recreate wanted to use the centre, would the booking of court space actually address, because I heard them say that they thought this was an ideal facility for their needs, is the booking of court space, would that fulfil their ideal use of the facility? Or were they looking for something bigger?
I would
different?
suggest not. It's unfortunate that the Wills representative is overseas and couldn't be here today, because they would also say that it is their ideal facility. So, I think when the team met with the groups together, we had really hoped that we could get everybody in.
Yeah.
There just hasn't been enough office space to go around for the everybody model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strange.
Thank you. Just in terms of the 1.5 million building renewal, so it's been allocated in the the annual plan budget. When is, I believe you mentioned some initial scoping work has begun. Has that money started to have been spent on the building already? And like, where are we at in the process?
We're still in the planning with no money being put to that budget yet.
Okay. When we have our meetings coming up end of September, at that point, do you expect some money would have likely have been spent of that?
So there should be investigative reports that are being spent to inform the design. The major money will be in any construction. As I mentioned before, there is some structural issues that we still need to investigate, where I would expect the larger sums to be accounted for. If those structural reports don't need the work, then the money could be saved.
Yes, I guess the final question is, I'm just sort of trying to preempt a situation whereby we have the meeting in September and people decide actually maybe we're going to do something different with this building, maybe divest, maybe sell this building or something, and then just curious as to where we're at in that time frame of the spending of money.
As I stated earlier, I think that's the assumption that the staff recommendation is based on, is that this isn't a building that, that it isn't. So if you decide today, to go with the staff recommendation or similar, then we'd need to proceed with the works fairly soon to accommodate the lessees. So I would say your decision today preempts the meeting in September around what you would do with this building.
Yeah, so basically just to be clear, that if the decision today is to move forward with the recommendation, then effectively the decision is also to spend the 1.5, broadly speaking. Okay.
Yes, unless following, 1.5 or less,
Difficult to do.
Okay, thanks.
And it might be helpful to add that the journey of the Celebration of Age Centre is it followed a similar path. What if we did this other thing? What if we didn't do? What if we? And it was closed for years. The asset was run completely to failure, and we're now investing in a substantial renewal for that building. So I guess, you know, to Helen's point, the staff assumption is that is a facility that is a strategic asset in our facilities network. If council doesn't spend the money, you would be looking to divest it to another party to spend the money. Like the building work will still need to occur.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, round two.
It just popped up another question. If we went ahead with the $1.5 million spend, how long would the sports drome be unusable for? Because at that sort of build time with the offices where they need to sit, I would be thinking that's probably a 2 to 3 month job.
We have not got that information, but there would take some time, yes.
Okay, because for me, I'm not sure why putting some money in there when we're not going to be able to use it, and that's probably just jumping into my head at the moment. They need office space and we're closing them. But yeah, no, it's so tough.
We'll leave you to ponder on that. Councillor Mesh.
Thank you. One last very quick question that arose from Councillor Strange's question about the $1.5 million spend. If we did decide to proceed with a lease today and thereby approve the spend, would that increase the value of it? So if we later on, when we looked at the portfolio as a whole and we did decide to divest it, would that spend increase, maintain? How would that affect a divestment decision later on?
So, divestment of buildings on reserves or selling buildings on reserves is an interesting matter, and we have had groups who expect to receive maximum profit from the sale of a building on a reserve. The building on the reserve is constrained in terms of what it can be used for, and land lease tenure. So it has a number of constraints that would subtract from what an insurance value or a rateable value of a building would be. So I guess the spend, if we looked at the current book value of Te Rapa, it's around 3.4 million. So already, if council was making a decision to sell that building, they'd have to be prepared to write that value off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Mead.
I'm really sorry.
No.
Question from my sheet. We've got two buildings right next to each other, one brand new and one that's going to be almost brand new. Yeah, with a do-up of 1.5 mil. One's going to pay roughly $3,700 and the other one's paying $16,000. How does that equate sitting there? Because they're 10 feet apart. And I know the similar process, a little bit of difference, but that's a heck of a difference in lease cost between two buildings that are beside each other.
Yeah, so the cost of the lease is based on the square meter footage. So although we'll be renewing some of the area that the new, if decided today, leases would go into, it's not the entire building itself. It's just a portion of that building. So Puketi Neighbourhood House's lease is based on the square meter and the category of that building. Same formula would apply to Te Rapa Sports Dromes.
Okay. That doesn't make sense. But
So Te Rapa Sports Drome, the leases would be around 216 metres squared. The Puketi Neighbourhood Houses are category 1, I would expect, and its square footage landed over 600 square metres.
So that's the sports drome including the...
No, so we don't ask the leaseholders to pay for the court space. They pay for the bit that they lease, which is the offices at 270 square metres. The sports drome building itself, I believe, with the external changing rooms, is about 1,000 square metres, something like that. Yeah.
But what it allows for is programmable hours during the day, so people still would pay to use the court space. So at the moment, peak hours are all booked up, but by having tenants within the building, we'd have also more opportunity to book out the court space during the day, but that comes at additional cost. So they're just paying bookable, they're just paying for the space that they'd be leasing.
So it might be helpful to refer you to attachment 2, Councillor Mead, which has got a nifty little map. So the green areas are the areas of the building that are common spaces that council would need to retain. So we don't charge leaseholders for the majority of the building. They are charged for the spaces that they have exclusive access via a lease to. Because we cannot lock up the toilets and changing rooms associated with the sports hall in an exclusive lease to Touch. So, yeah.
You snuck in. Councillor Mead.
Thank you. One last question from me. From a strategic perspective, the city has a shortage of indoor courts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so this facility contributes to the strategic perspective of needing more courts, correct? But it's one court, and it requires a big spend on it, and so the cost of having that one court, it's an expensive cost for one court. Is that correct?
Potentially. It is one full-size court. I think you get 4 volleyball courts, so they do break it up depending on the code that's used. The other response to that question, Councillor Mesh, is that we're 11 courts in deficit right now. We've got an LTP in front of us that's going to be asking for investment to close that deficit. So whilst it is only one court, you know, there's going to be quite some time before the rest of that deficit can be closed. I would suggest potentially at the end of the 10 years, you might be ready to relook at whether that one court is, but getting rid of it now would seem counterintuitive to the shortfalls.
Yep, no, thank you. I understand that, and that makes clear sense. What I'm testing is the marginal value of one extra court relative to the marginal cost of having that one extra court.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think these are the decisions that, you know, have to be weighed up. I think we also, some of the things that have been discussed today is that it's also around maximising the buildings that we've got for as much use as we possibly can, which has been the point of this exercise. So no one's pretending, you know, that it's that this is a money-making exercise. This is about, you know, can we accommodate others within that space? Can we activate both the indoor and the outdoor areas? We have also invested recently in Puketi Neighbourhood House. We've got a kitchen and a social cafe in there. Part of that objective was to get more people, you know, using the fields. So it is about that wider social and community benefit as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll interrupt a sports dome and we'll move to questions on Pembroke. There's no question? Oh, okay. That's strange. So close. Councillor Strange.
Thank you. Pembroke, yep, cool. You mentioned before Celebrating Age and Te Rapa Sports Dome are part of the, can't read the words you say, strategic network, you know, key assets that, you know, obviously would like to keep in our, you're recommending keeping our network effectively. Is the Pembroke Street building also part of our strategic network? In your opinion?
The Pembroke site, and you've seen through the EOI process, has the capability to provide for many users. So I guess the question is that asset working for you? The staff recommendation where we landed was actually to defer the decision. And that wasn't taken lightly, but that was acknowledging the desire that we had heard from council to have that strategic look, and it provided that opportunity.
So fair to say not as strategic as the other two?
In
Broadly
terms of
speaking.
investment, you certainly haven't invested as much into that site. And, you know, you will have heard me previously say that as a recreation reserve, it is not, it's pretty different to any other rec reserve we have in terms of its size and makeup.
I guess, you know, part of what underlines that kind of strategic direction is where do we get the maximum use of the buildings that we've got. So, you know, if council decides today that there is, you know, a purpose that they can see that fits with that strategic decision, that'll be on for elected members to decide. Yeah.
And so Pembroke Street needs $400,000 of work: bathrooms, plumbing, accessible toilet, kitchen, heating, cooling. It's currently likely to be in year 2 of the LTP, so coming up in around 2 to 3 years' time.
1 year's time, 2 years' time, sorry.
Yeah, 2 years. So basically in 2 years' time, council will need to spend $400,000 on this building. If that's correct, isn't it?
So as I mentioned, the draft figures for renewals have been worked on the assumption that previously was held, looking after what we've got. And council through the LTP may take a different lens on renewals. You know, I referred to running your assets to failure, which was what happened with Celebrating Age. That is a strategy that has previously been adopted. I'm not saying it's a great strategy. Or the strategy that we more recently adopted was around proactive renewals, looking after what we've got, and modern standard equivalents. Council might have to make some choices. So staff have recommended, if you want to do looking after what you've got in modern standard equivalent, that 400,000 is the figure. If council adopts a different renewal strategy, then that figure shifts. So it is very draft.
Yes, thank you. Next question is, so if through the long-term plan process, council has decided to sell Pembroke Street, potentially, based on if it's not part of our strategic network, plus the 400K cost and maybe other reasons, what would be the ability to sell Pembroke? I understand it's slightly complicated.
So Pembroke's site would need to be offered under first rights of refusal in the first instance. If council was to consider a sale, they would also need to go through a revocation of the Reserves Act process to enable any sale.
Thank you. We had an offer today from a submitter offering to purchase this building and take over all of the maintenance work. They've indicated Pembroke.
He's on Pembroke.
Yeah. So we had an offer today from a submitter offering to purchase this building, take on all of the work, all of the maintenance work. So that would be an example of, you know, if council decided to take up that offer, it'd be an example of selling a building to a community organisation. What experience have we had in the past of selling to community organisations, firstly? And secondly, would this be possible under we still need to go through the first right of refusal, I imagine?
So it would be remiss not to point out that whilst you've had a formal proposal from Metro Judo, Go Eco have also indicated that they would look at the purchase of the building. Any offer of purchase of that site would need to first be made to Waikato Tainui under first rights of refusal.
Yes. And so would the normal process be if Waikato Tainui say no, so if they reject it, would the normal process for the sale of a building to a community organisation be that we open up for, you know, some sort of RFP where organisations can put a proposal in, or would we normally run an internal process whereby we, simply talk to people and then make a decision?
There have been various models, Councillor Jamie. So if we look at the settlement centre, they were a tenant in renewing their lease. They brought forward a proposal, or in resubmitting their lease application, they put forward a proposal which council accepted and the building was transferred. When you say sale, sale for $1 is probably the model that has been previously used by council. The Cote Pacifica, the Hamilton Bowling Club, through an EOI process, resulted in that team taking ownership of the asset. So it can happen however council determines is the right way for it to happen.
That's information that we'd propose to bring to the late September workshop, and we'd have Nick Oswell's attending as well. There are some policy considerations as well, but as Maria said, there are multiple models that council could consider.
Thank you. Just a couple more. Regardless of the decision today on Pembroke Street, am I correct that through the long-term plan, council could still decide to sell this building?
Yes.
Yeah. Because the tenant would just need to be given six months' notice of a sale.
Yeah, if they're on a standard lease clause, which I believe they are on a rolling month by month at the moment, so.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, to say that last part again?
So the current tenant doesn't have a long-term lease for that site. They are, there's a clause provision in the leases such that when a lease expires, because sometimes it does take a bit of time to get us through to a council decision, that the lease terms and conditions continue on a month-by-month basis until a decision can be made.
Thank you. And just two more questions. In terms of Metro Judo, I understand through this EOI process, they were talked about. Well, they were talked with about utilisation rates. Is it correct they've actively worked hard to increase their utilisation rate and have had some success in that area?
Yes, my understanding in conversations with the club is that they have been and found themselves constrained by not having tenure or certainty of tenure, but yes, they have been entertaining different groups coming in.
And final question is, did I say two more? Maybe I should have said three.
He's not the only one.
In terms of in terms of the proposal from some councillors for Go Eco and the Serve, has a transport impact assessment been done on what those organisations moving in, how that would impact a fairly busy street in Pembroke?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just noting as we creep closer to lunch, Mangai Ollie hasn't had time to speak today, so I'll hand it over to him.
Oh, kia ora.
Thanks, kia ora, Chair Emma. Thanks for that. Kia ora tātou te whare. 3 questions from me, Maria. How long would a reclassification process and resource consent take for Pembroke Street?
It minimum 8 months.
And theoretically, would Go Eco, the Serve, be able to operate their service outside from that building from Pembroke Street without that reclassification?
No.
Okay. And are there any other alternative council buildings that could serve as an alternative for Metro Judo?
We have looked at some options. It is fair to say they were not preferred options by Metro Judo. Amy's just finding me the paper. We have had Rest Hill Sports Centre, 150 square metres with some space to store the mats. That site would require them to pack down the mats, which we have discussed as problematic. The Woodworkers Guild Hall in Story Ave, is, to the best of my knowledge, is still for sale, and Go Eco, the Serve, have suggested that they may be able to have some evening use available. Again, it would be a pack down, pack up situation. And then ironically, possibly again, pack down, pack up situation at Celebrating Age. So most of the options, excluding that we've looked at to date, would require them to pack up the mats. It is also worth noting that Metro Judo's clear preference is to remain in a site where they don't have to do that.
So as I understand, like the pack up, pack down is pretty untenable for a judo dojo, isn't it? They need to be able to match down full time and padding up on the walls and poles and all that.
My understanding is that that is ideal. We do have some groups that are forced to do that because they don't have any other accommodations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senior Councillor Liu.
Thank you, team. I appreciate the length of work that's gone into getting ready to answer a variety of questions, and thanks to the public who are still here for the longest question time in history. We know we're keeping you from your lunch as well. So with that in mind, I'll have one question. Can you really clarify for me the reason behind the expression of interest options in the report? The evaluation came back as GoEco and the SERV being the preferred applicant. However, you're not recommending that. Why?
So if you are looking at utilisation, GoEco and the SERV clearly have maximum utilisation of that facility. The question then came into it by council about, is this a strategic facility for our city? And to err on the side of caution for that, I think the rationale for Te Rapa and Celebrating Age were clear. They were not as clear for staff in that space, and so hence our recommendation. We understand that elected members may feel differently.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
If we confirm GoEco and the SERV as the preferred occupants today, that's one of the amendments available, that would mean that we'd start reclassification immediately. Is that right? Does that mean that we are making the decision to keep that facility as a community, as a council-owned community facility ahead of the broader consideration that we would give the portfolio as part of the community facilities network in the LTP?
Essentially, yes.
Thank you. Oh, actually, one more. Acknowledge the point that Councillor Hoata made earlier about the length of time that this process has taken and the toll that that reflects on community groups who are hoping, waiting, treading water essentially while we make up our mind. Acknowledging that, but aside from that, are there any financial or operational or statutory risks for us as a council to going with the staff recommendation, which is an 18-month extension for Metro Judo, and figuring out the long-term future of Pembroke as part of that broader process?
So the answer is yes, there will be risk in that decision. I guess, you know, you heard from GoEco the SERV in terms of the current operations for that site. You've heard from Metro Judo. So, yeah.
Sorry, those are risks to the community groups. Are there risks to council, that statutory risks or financial risks or operational?
They are, yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just noting as we're almost 20 to 1, I've had a number of workshops and emails and questions behind the scenes on this item, noting that the community and public forum are very keen to get to hear an outcome today. Just bear that in mind. I'm not going to stifle anything, but just a reminder. So, Councillor Liu.
Thank you. My question is very quick. looking at the repair cost, $1.5 million for the Tirapa sports room and over $500,000 for Pembroke building. Have we considered a different model where council doesn't own any community buildings and instead give community organizations cash grants for them to fund their own premises? At the moment, we are subsidizing around 87.5% of the rent anyway. Will giving them a relevant grant be more efficient model, considering councils paying premium for all the repair and renovation maintenance works? And will that also give community organizations more freedom for them to choose their own venue? Will there be a win-win model?
In some cases, that may be an appropriate model, Councillor Liu. In some cases, that might present some risks, and is the very reason why we have inherited some of these buildings. Hocken House is an example where a community group owned the building. During the term of their committee tailing off, the maintenance of the building also tails off, and council inherits the building in disrepair. That has been the case for Stadium Bowling, Te Rapa Sports Drome, many examples. So definitely that is something I expect council will want to look at through the workshops. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two quick questions if I can. I fully support what Go Eco do, Kaivolution, all those sorts of great things, because they've been around forever and doing a great job. I do have one question with the reclassification of Pembroke Street, and the fact when they spoke of earlier of the recycling of food and composting of food on that site next to doctors and other businesses. Is there a problem with that being in the middle of town? Because I know what we get from Dinsdale, from the recycling centre down there with when. Is that a problem?
My answer would be no. It would be a very different scale.
Okay. And the second one is, we're about $7 million deep on these 4 projects here of what we spent on it so far, and our return's going to be $35,000 tops in rental. How did we get to this stage over all these years of councils of it just puddling into this, where we've got to today, and no one else has sort of leapt up and down and said, we got a problem, Mission Control?
So I guess previous councils haven't looked at it purely from a financial lens. They have also opted to support community groups, and to Councillor Liu's point, there are different ways that council can choose to do that. Previous councils have chosen to do that by subsidising. It's also, you know, in terms of the cost of the building, Helen mentioned before, of our 17 buildings, there's an average age of 75 years for our our buildings. They are not new builds. We are limping them along after a legacy of underinvestment. So I don't think anyone's in debate about some decisions needing to be made in that wider context, and that is this council's prerogative.
And so we understand some of those renewal costs might look quite high, but they are buildings that have received very little financial investment over previous years, and the investment that we're looking at now are to ensure those buildings have some longevity and continue to be useful to the community that we serve.
Thank you, Councillor.
One question from me. In the written submission, Metro Judo said that they had only recently become aware of the need to increase utilisation. When was that conversation first held with Metro Judo about the desire from council to see greater utilisation of that building?
My understanding was that it was quite some years ago, because this has been a bit of a journey. It also has been embedded in the community occupancy policy and guidelines for some years.
Can you be a bit more definite about what some years is? What does that mean? We're talking 2 years?
2 years.
2 years, or more than that, or around 2 years, you think?
Yeah, around 2 years, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Noting you've had a lot of airtime, Councillor Strange, I'll hand it over to you cautiously.
It's a precedent of double dipping previous questions. Okay, in terms of the reclassification, so if council decide today to change the lease and move Metro Mildura out and bring in Go Eco and the Serve, then the reclassification will start. Then if council decide that this is not a strategic asset and decide to sell it, would the reclassification limit the amount of groups groups, organisations who could put an application to purchase the building?
So the decision before you today, so the staff recommendation is what it is. I understand the alternative motion is to start the reclassification process. When we do that, we have to tell the community why we want to do that. So we would be going to the community to say, we want to reclassify this site for the purpose of enabling a lease for Go Eco and the Serve and a community activity. The subsequent classification would change from recreation to reserve, which enables sports groups, to local purpose community. That's the situation.
Local purpose community, can you just elaborate on what that means?
So local purpose community would enable any community group which has a focus, so migrant centre, any Puketi neighbourhood house, any of those sorts of activities with a community focus rather than a sporting focus.
So it would then exclude a sporting group from putting an application to purchase it, or would they then purchase it and then reclassify it back?
Well, you wouldn't reclassify it back. So what I'm suggesting today, Councillor Stange, is that council make a decision if they're comfortable to proceed with the lease and the change of reserve status, then they do that today. If they're not, then they go with the staff recommendation. That's the decision in front of you.
And so just to be clear, changing that will have flow-on effects around future decisions in the LTP.
What I would say is that as a former bowling site and quite a small site, that site is not going to lend itself to rugby, touch, many of our other sporting. So it is, from a sporting perspective, reasonably limited to your judo type sports, karate, that sort of thing, or a bowling situation. There's not.
Yeah. Okay, and final question, I promise, is what is the risk of proceeding with Go Eco and the Serve without a transport impact assessment plan, noting the fact that Go Eco do have trucks they use, and I expect there'd be quite large transport movements in that space?
I wouldn't have the same expectation that there would be significant transport movements outside of what that current car park and space provides for.
Thank you.
We'll go online to Councillor Sarah. Councillor Sarah.
Yeah, if there's anyone else, can they go first? Because after all of those questions, I'm now not sure what million bucks. Give me a moment.
What a sentiment in this room. Councillor Bitter.
Chair, Maria, I'm fishing for a compromise here. The actual bowling green, there's some land there that we own. If there's a reclassification and all that going on, and we were to do this under the long-term plan, has there ever been any consideration to building on that, a new building to give us more community space, which we could allow for Go Eco or some other group to use that?
I don't believe so. We have across our parks network identified reserves which would have capacity and be suitable for more built form. It would be unusual, and I think there's some district plan rules around reserves having maximum built form on them. So I'd say that site's potentially quite limited from that perspective, but we would need to do that work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready, Councillor Sarah?
Yes, yeah, thank you. It's come back. All right. My question was just in regard. So the motion put forward in regard to Go Eco and the Serve asked staff to work actively with Metro Judo around finding alternative locations. I've just got two questions on that. Maria, could you clarify the other groups that do have mats that they move? Are they based? Can you give any more detail on those groups and their activities and how that works for them? And secondly, can you provide any further detail at all on the woodworkers building option?
So in relation to the groups that move mats, many of them are not in council facilities, and they are across the region. So that's what I know about that. In relation to the Woodworkers Guild building, my understanding is that it is still for sale, and they are open to offers, although they do have an ideal price they would like to receive for that building.
But that's on council land, right? So
that is on
they're
council land, yes.
And would that reserve status allow for sports? Would that would be a further reclassification?
I believe that one would be okay from a reserve perspective for sporting use.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm finding this really tough, and just in relation to Pembroke, we heard submissions this morning from members of the public that spoke very strongly and I think powerfully about the non-financial benefits. And just picking up on Councillor Angela's question in relation to the staff preferred proposal was the Serve and Go Eco. So did you arrive at that conclusion having undertaken an assessment of the non-financial benefits of both of the competing applications?
So staff arrived at that original conclusion using the criteria and looking at maximum occupancy, not diminishing the value or the community value that is offered by either party. It, literally, the scale is significantly different. The impact will be significantly different, and the people that are impacted are also significantly different.
But by virtue of the nature of the activity?
By virtue, yes.
Thank you.
We've just got Hocken House to go. I'll just double check there's no questions on that. Councillor Liu.
Thank you. I'll be really concise. What statutory requirements to maintain the building at the heritage category that it is now do we have, and what is the associated budget line for that?
So given that the building has only recently been inherited, there is no budget.
Yep.
Staff have, through operational budgets, picked up security, so basic security, keeping the alarm on and keeping the grounds mowing. In terms of statutory obligation, my understanding is that the heritage status speaks to if you are going to do work, you need to do it in this way. It doesn't say you have to do work.
Oh. So we can let a heritage building completely dilapidate without spending any money. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. It's not what I'm suggesting is a good way forward.
But it is the way forward that we've taken. Do you know what? In 20 years, I didn't know that. Okay.
So again,
I didn't know
only
that.
recently inherited. So we put it in the EOI to see what interest was there. We knew it was going to be a
Yep.
financial problem for council. We've tested the market.
As my learned colleague beside me said, demolition by neglect. I'm a loss for words. We heard from the public forum a proposal from the Hocken House Charitable Trust. Were we aware of their proposal prior to the EOI process? Okay. And if we transfer ownership either, and I do have an updated motion for this, either to for it to remain in its current location or to transfer to a new location, does that affect the heritage rating? I think I have the answer. It doesn't. Okay.
Oh, so sorry, Councillor Angela, if we approve it to be moved, then we would need to go through a resource consenting process to test whether that move could in fact happen.
So do we have to do that, or if we transferred ownership to someone else, then that transfers that responsibility to them?
I guess my understanding of the motion that was currently tabled was that we would explore that as an option with the interested party. We haven't done that full exploration yet.
Okay, final question. What's the budget line for all the other heritage buildings that we have in our possession at the moment, off the top of your head?
I couldn't tell you for Beale Cottage or the Station Masters.
It's pretty much zero probably, right?
Yep. It's low.
It'll be bare minimum.
What I would say is there's no specialist heritage-related budgets attached to those buildings, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Update from the Councillor Strange.
We had a submission today from Harry Mowbray proposing that, that the building be moved out to Matangi. I understand he's had some conversations with staff. I think it was Karen, who she's not here, of course. Have staff sort of worked through that proposal, and do you have a view?
So what I would say, Councillor Strange, is that we have had a massive amount of work to do on this process. The staff recommendation is recommending that we explore that proposal further, and that's what I would recommend.
Cool, thank you. Great.
We have Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. If we support the O'Leary Huata motion amendment, I'm not sure which it is at this stage, and you do the investigation, what information do you expect to bring back to us to be able to make a decision in 3 months?
We would bring back to you basically what's required to make it happen, what the costs of that and who would be proposed to be paying for said costs.
Thank you. And the motion lists a number of different costs in there. Is there anything outstanding that we might be at risk of needing to pay beyond what's already listed?
I think the staff would take away the assumption from today that you would expect full and final costs on any option to be brought back to you.
Thank you. And last question, if down the track we decided to relocate Hocken House, what would happen to that land?
That land remains a reserve, so available for use by the public or anyone visiting the hospital.
And what classification of reserve? Because there's lots of different types of reserves.
So that one's a recreation reserve. Okay. It's got a listed tree in it, and it backs onto a significant natural area.
Thank you.
It's not a big space. It would be returned to grass. You could put a picnic table on it if you wanted.
Thank you, Chair. Quite neat to see that somebody came in and presented to us today who has an absolute passion for restoring old houses and a bit of heritage and things like that. And I thought long and hard about this, and then I started looking at a number of our historic buildings aren't actually on the place that they were built at. So they've all been transferred to where they sit. So there's no real skin in the house in the game of where it is. And Matangi's going to be within Hamilton probably within 10 years anyway. It'll be part of our boundary, but it might be sooner. Question is, okay, the question is, fine. Everybody said question. You're breaking my train of thought. Is it a sensible option? Because I believe that for the amount of heritage buildings we've got in Hamilton, we've got no budget to look after them. Does that make common sense to the council to have someone look after them who wants them?
So,
and I know there's people that want them, but in a way that they can be displayed and looked after without costing us.
so my understanding for factual is that the building was moved there, but it does have some historic tie to the hospital. So there is a connection between the building and the hospital site. I would suggest, hence the staff recommendation, that it is worth looking into further the option of another party who wishes to upgrade their building. So hence the staff recommendation. Councillor Sue.
Question.
Yeah.
We heard this morning from the Hocken House Charitable Trust that if the building was moved from that site, that it would lose the protection of the heritage classification 1. I probably got that wrong. Can you? But I heard what you said to Councillor O'Leary's question. Are you saying something different? Are you saying it wouldn't lose the protections of that status?
No.
I just want some clarity on that.
So my understanding is that if the resource consenting process enabled a move, the society were correct in that it would lose its status.
Oh, so that is correct. It would
That is
lose
correct.
the status if it was moved.
Yes.
Okay.
And subsequently you
confused about
heard the other submitter and his commitment to upkeep and doing the building up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brings us to 1 o'clock. Unfortunately, due to requirements, we will have to take a break. I acknowledge the public forum that you've been very patient with us and so have staff in answering our questions. So I thank you for your commitment today. We will take our 45-minute lunch break. We'll return at 1:45. So of course welcome everyone back, but just take some time to de-stress. Were you keeping a tally today? wants that one?
Does no one want that one?
Oh, no, people will want it, but I'm just... You guys...
Maria's been expressing her gratitude
Oh.
for you.
Right, let's get back underway. Hope you're all refreshed and energised. We have a number of complex motions to go through for this item. What we're suggesting is Amy will put up on the board all the motions to date. That's your opportunity to say yes, no, missing something. And once those are confirmed, then we will go to debate, which will be 3 minutes for the whole, and then we'll go to voting on the many amendments. So bear with us. We'll start with looking at the motions for each item. Amy.
So the overarching one, receiving the report, acknowledging the organisations who have participated in the expressions of interest, and as a part of the workshop that has been expressed throughout today, the changes is just to make it a little bit clearer to include operating costs, forecast renewal requirements, asset values, options for retention, rationalisation and investment.
for clarification, is this on any outstanding community facilities or the ones just in this report, or both? I'm questioning C.
Both.
So this is basically deferring any decisions on the 4 that are in front of us today. No, it's not?
No.
So if there are decisions today on different decisions to do whatever on these community facilities, it will be everything else. Okay. Is that clear enough in that?
That's my understanding, because some of the decisions that you make, particularly around reclassification, will need to stand. That's my understanding, Maria.
I understood.
So I guess technically you could reverse a reclassification process start, but that would be silly. So we would suggest that if you agree to start a reclassification process, you mean to carry on with that. If I remember the discussion rightly, you could still choose to change to an ownership model for Go Eco and a land lease rather than a building lease at the end, so it could still be considered in the wider network.
So because this doesn't point to any one building or any buildings plural, this is very general. So I know you've got the words overarching motion. It's not really, it's just a separate motion.
Could it be dealt with last?
I think it makes sense to be last, and then maybe we can, C might be with obviously the mover of Councillor McDonald, Councillor Corrales being perhaps more definite about the outcome they're wanting. I mean, it's your motion.
Can I speak to that? So that was an adjustment to the motion that was already proposed in relation to the Community Facilities Network workshop that's coming up. So the intention between adding in C was whatever was planned for that workshop, we add in these extra details just to make sure we have everything at that workshop.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Maybe that at the future workshop. Well, anyway. That's fine. Yeah, okay.
Celebrating age. So you have the staff recommendation, which has been moved by Councillor Pike, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Then you have the amendment, which is option 2, and we've got Leo and Andrew. Okay, and then Te Rapa Sportsdrome, the staff recommendation with the addition of requesting that the procurement subcommittee members review the proposed procurement plan and updated cost for the renewal there prior to its commencement to ensure the value for money. So this is a similar practice that we have been doing throughout this term so far. Then the amendment is to not approve.
Oh no, because it's going into that proposed elected member workshop.
Yeah, so that's where the part, so it's not quite that direct negative that we were all worried about. Okay. Pembroke. We've got the motion being what was in the staff report. So that's referring it, deferring it and referring it through to our workshop, approving the 18-month lease, subject to that transition. The amendment, so that's where you've got Go Eco in the serve. And because of the reclassification, that's why the public consultation. That's got the 8-month lease extension. Okay. And then Hocken House, I just have a motion, which is from Councillor Angela and Councillor Maria, and that directs staff to work to get those proposals.
did you want to, say, work with Mowbray Group, Hocken House and other groups? Absolutely not. So you just want those two?
Yeah.
Okay, all good. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Done. Cool.
Which one was it that we wondered whether it was a negative? Could I just? Yeah, direct negative.
Phuket one.
So can you just explain to me why that's not a direct negative, please? I'm a bit unclear about that.
Because we're still directing staff to go ahead and do more investigation on it.
Aren't you doing that with the overarching
Yeah.
motion? I think you
Yeah. Because what was what's the specific investigation?
Yeah, no, I can argue that way too, yes. I'm happy to,
A is absolutely a direct negative.
yes, A,
And B doesn't alter it enough to,
yeah, I can argue that way.
Yeah.
Which therefore means,
They would just have to vote against the motion.
and vote for the one that sends the things to a workshop.
yeah.
Just mirror the Pembroke motion, staff recommendation to refer.
Pembroke's
LTP.
different.
Because of the reclassification?
You've got reclassification and it's the serve and, so it was at one point similar-ish, but then.
No, the staff recommendation that's being moved by, yes, this one.
But the difference is there's a
This
current leaseholder.
here is our lease difference.
So, but A and B, just.
Yeah, A and B, but
Yeah.
it's the lease ownership, and we need to resolve not to do a long-term one to enable the short-term 18-month lease.
No,
Okay.
so what
No,
I understand councillor Corrales is saying is B in this one
it's the
is the
same.
same as B
it's
in the other one.
Yes,
Yeah.
A and B
Yeah.
are the same, it's the fact that there is C.
And we're saying you don't really need B because you've got the overarching.
I can remove that one from there.
Yeah. So then can you go back to the, so what's the amendment that councillor Mead and I are now?
You are not, that's been, because it has been agreed that that's a direct negative, there is no amendment.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Yeah, there
So-
still would be.
So wasn't the amendment to refer, as we are with Pembroke, to refer Te Rapa Sports Dome to a workshop?
So
And LTP.
because I'm going to take out this as well, so if, with the way that it's been interpreted, that would mean that the overarching above,
Oh, would refer everything?
Assumes that
Okay.
the-
So you
Understand.
just.
so that makes everything
that
else
would just
disappear.
be,
So this one,
that just wouldn't pass and then it would automatically kick it to.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, no, they're saying if the motion doesn't get passed, it will then be referred to a workshop for LTP exploration. Is that correct? Yep.
And if it does get passed, it doesn't get referred, is that what you're saying? Is that how it works?
no. No, because as you go through the process of that long-term plan, you can make decisions that changes what the leases are. And that's why within the leases, they have that clause for early termination with a 6-month warning. Any other changes?
No.
Okay. And I will put them up on the screen.
We'll just go to the board. Yep, one debate,
Yep.
3 minutes, everything.
So you have to choose who goes first. Because actually they're separate motions.
Yeah, I'll
So-
just let the board first in, first
So
out.
technically, the mover of the motion gets to speak first.
But because we're debating on it as a whole.
Yeah, they are
There's no
separate
one.
motions though. It's normally only a motion and an amendment that gets debated by a whole, but in the essence of time,
Or would it be the mover of the overarching?
no, that's insignificant compared to the other motions. How many motions do we have?
2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm open to advice.
I think you need agreeance from the committee. A majority agree to only debate once because there are 4 different motions. And I mean,
We did cover that in the confirmation of the agenda, as specifically noted in the.
We didn't know how many motions we had then, though, so you don't kind of, yeah. But anyway, I'm just trying to keep our process as safe as
Clean.
possible. But
Well, I'm happy to test again.
yeah,
Okay. Well, I'll test. Do we want to have? I'll move that we
it's clean.
have one debate as encompassing all motions for 3 minutes.
Because we're actually operating outside of standing orders, so it's just
Okay.
cleaner.
Okay.
And then we're not arm wrestling each other to who goes first and who gets the right to reply, you see? Yeah.
Right. So I've moved. Councillor Anna has seconded. All those in favour, say aye.
No right of reply is what I'm
No right of reply. No right of reply. Okay. I'm happy with that. Keep it neutral. Yep. Noting that there is no right of reply. All in favour, say aye. Against?
Any dissenting? No, okay, we carry unanimously.
So who starts?
Ollie online was dissenting.
Noted. Thank you, we'll note that. It's first in, first served.
Yep, Councillor Bitter.
And I hope I won't use my 3 minutes. I want to reduce the pressure on the future workshop by making a couple of decisions now. Hocken House, we have an obligation to look after our heritage. Hocken House is worth restoration. We have 2 options for preservation. I'm not convinced preserving it for Community Health Hub is good for the Community Health Hub. It is not fit for that purpose and will compromise the important new function, which is why in paragraph 42, staff noted that they could not identify a commercially viable leasing option. This may be hard for the charitable trust to hear, but I speak from architectural experience that there is a risk of being trapped in a poorly used building which will prevent a purpose-built superior solution for the trust in the future. The site is not the original location of the building. Relocating again is reasonable. The Mowbray proposal is the best outcome for the building and will allow the public to get better access than a privately operated health hub. Age concern. Hamilton made a commitment to being the first age-friendly city. We heard about the growth of the elderly, and I note our mayor received his gold card recently. To future-proof our city, we need to assure age concern controls the tenancy to assure users align with the needs of the primary functions. That's why the building exists. This doesn't rule out all the other activities of Te Rongopai or any other user, like the balance exercise classes, which would be good for age-friendly benefits. But some of the youth activities are not compatible. Te Rongopai as a head tenant could make it unattractive for some aged care use. I have a concern that Te Rongopai wasn't willing to be part of the flatting relationship unless they were the head tenant. This seems inflexible, which could lead to problems. I spoke to Age Concern Chair Meredith Osmond in the break, and she confirmed Age Concern would be flexible to make bookings for Te Rongopai activities that fit in with the elderly needs. So I support option 2 for that. That's me.
Thank you. 30 seconds to spare. Councillor O'Leary.
Done. Thank you. Look, for me, this is about fit and it's about confidence. And it's also about not looking a gift horse in the mouth. We've gone through a robust process to establish a process to work with a process with interested community groups to date, and unfortunately we heard today that the process has been left wanting. We have heard from communities for many, many years about the critically low availability of community space. We know there is high demand for affordable, accessible, multi-use space. So please let's not delay the pain for those proven organisations that we have confidence in that are fit with proposals in front of us today. We should also take into account our latest resident survey, not the one that's due to come out later this year, where the clear views of our community are that community spaces are not used as much as they could be and that there is a need. I have confidence in the Fit for Go Eco and the Serve to locate at Pembroke. I will be supporting that. I have confidence in the Fit for Age Concern being the lead tenant for Celebrating Age. I will be supporting that. I have confidence in the Fit for Waikato Touch at the Sportsdrome. I will be supporting that. The motion that myself and Councillor Huata have proposed gives the on Hocken House gives the opportunity for both Mulbrae Group and the Hocken House Trust to develop their proposals further and report back for a decision by this council in November. I have consistently been a voice for 2 decades in this chamber to preserve our heritage buildings, the history of people who came before us. And we have again and again and again failed. We have not supported with the financial support these buildings, and Councillor Bidder's line around demolition by derelict will haunt me for the rest of my days. Beale Cottage sits dilapidated, the Frankton Railway House at the Hamilton Gardens sits dilapidated. The very last thing we should be doing is taking on Hocken House and let it sit dilapidated. So I am absolutely supportive of the motions that I have said. They are fit, I have confidence, and we need to get on with it.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in now because I can. Firstly, I want to thank staff, particularly Maria, Helen, Karen, for this report, and Amy, and their ongoing support for both councillors and the many deserving applicants who have been patiently waiting to see today's outcome. I'm not going to lie, this has been a contentious item. It's unearthed some really complex issues. What is council's role in the community? Do councils play favourites by offering facilities? What happens if council doesn't provide facilities? I'm not sure we'll answer all these questions today, and I'm not sure any amount of data will either. But what I've seen through this process is need. By only looking at 4 of council's facilities today with up to 9 applications for each place, it's never enough. We know from our last study we were short 5,000 square metres in community space, and I'm certain that need has gone up since then. That's not to say that every of the 17 facilities council owns is fit for purpose and we should be kept on the books and continued putting square pegs in round holes. And the LTP will be the opportunity to look at these. But I think where it makes sense and the place is right, there is a role for council to help facilitate better community outcomes. I think at least 3 of the buildings in the EOI today can deliver this and support some, not all of the need. By reviewing applicants through a lens of how do we maximise use of our buildings to minimise making favourites and instead creating a place to share and take responsibility for and monitoring to ensure these outcomes are delivered. I think that is an appropriate role for council. And while they're not designed to get a profit, we need to think about what happens if our NGOs, our sports groups, our rangatahi, cultural and golden older groups have no options. Who provides that space? Is there a fallout socially that council ends up collecting anyway when these groups stop showing up? Does the need disappear? I don't think it does. I'm not saying council should be a silver bullet for everyone, but I think when done right, when managed in a responsible way with clear expectations, we can support a lot with very little. So today I'll be supporting the outcomes that in my mind deliver maximum benefits to our community without putting unnecessary strain on our budgets. Supporting Touch, Wills and Volleyball to move to Sportsdrome, supporting Age Concern, Te Rungapai and Diversity Counselling to share Celebrating Age, and finally supporting Go Eco and the Serve to go to Pembroke. I could have used 3 minutes debate on each of them and in fact on all the amazing groups that applied that do such crucial work in our community on the smell of an oily rag and still do them a disservice. But what I want to say is, at a time when every dollar is so tight and the pressure is piling on, sometimes it's not about giving up, but instead seeing how we might just be able to stretch it that little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lot of difficult decisions for us to make today. I prefer option 2 for the Celebrating Age Centre. It's concerned Waikato has been associated with this facility for decades. They know the building, they've been looking after it, and they have a long track of record supporting old people in Hamilton, and this group is growing. And I think the name matters too. It calls the Celebrating Age Centre for a reason. I understand the argument for a broader share of use, and I absolutely support making a good use of our council facilities, but I also think we should respect the original purpose of this particular facility and the community it was established to serve. For me, option 2 provides continuity, keeps a strong focus on old people, and gives the centre back to the organizations whose core purpose directly align with what the facility was created for. On the Hawking House, I prefer to seriously pursue the Mowbray Group's option, rather than council spending significant repairs money restoring and maintaining a heritage building that we may struggle to use it efficiently. If there's a credible organization willing to take the responsibility of the building, preserve it, and look after it properly, I think that deserves a priority consideration. For me, that would preserve the heritage value of Hawking House while removing ongoing financial and maintenance burdens from council. Thank you.
Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair. For me, I think we need to be honest with ourselves about where we are with the COI and allocation process. It's become increasingly difficult to follow. In my perspective, we created a situation where we're continually revisiting decisions, moving posts, reassessing allocations and revising recommendations. The result is a process that feels messy, uncertain and difficult at times to navigate. It appears that historically these matters have been largely dealt with one at a time as leases arose, and this was one of the first opportunities we've had to look at the wider group, and I believe we should take the chance to look at the bigger picture rather than continuing to make incremental adjustments. My concern is that we continue to work to a system that has evolved through separate decisions and changing circumstances for many years. The result is that we're continually revisiting outcomes, with posts moving and recommendations changing. This happens far too often to provide the community, staff or elected members with any real certainty or confidence in the process. I don't know how many countless hours we spent getting to this point, yet the conversation continues to circle back to the same issues. The greatest challenge is we're trying to balance two equally important responsibilities. On one hand, we want to achieve strong community outcomes and support organisations that deliver real value to the people we represent. On the other, we've had a responsibility to understand and manage the financial implications of the decisions we make. Too often we focus on occupancy and allocation while forgetting the broader responsibility that sits with council. We also carry a lot of costs with the buildings we sit on. Those obligations remain with us regardless of who occupies it. The reality is that today we've been asked to make a decision involving future expenditure on Te Rapa that's not fully known, while at the same time we're trying to assess the community benefit. That's not an easy line to balance, and nor should it be. We have costs to spend that are still we're not entirely sure about, and at times the way path forward is not the easiest to follow. However, this is exactly what council is about. Our role is to weigh community outcomes against financial realities and make decisions about the wider community. Having worked through that process in my head, Te Rapa Sportsdrome is one where I'm lead we proceed with caution. Before making about allocation or occupancy, I want a clear understanding of how much it's going to cost to make it safe to use. We're looking at putting somebody in there before we know the outcomes of that. For me, I'll be looking to pause it. Age concern, the building exactly that, age concern. It's where I had my wedding breakfast after I got married, so I suppose being a pensioner, it's probably where I should go back to. More broadly, Hocken House, Angela, we've got, like with Councillor Angela, we've got to look after this old stuff. We've got to look after these buildings, and we've got an option to do that. And the last one on Pembroke Street, I've had a lot of stick about understanding what Serve does, and I've done that street work for years, and the pressure I've had put on me to follow that is hard. Also, the pressure about judo staying there is hard. Well, at the moment, my decision on Pembroke will be to stay with Metro until we can find a good solution about the change.
Councillor Mangai Ollie. Online.
Thanks, Chair Emma. I used to manage Celebrating Age and Te Rapa years ago, and so have some familiarity with the nuances and tensions that occur on a day-to-day basis with multiple shared users. I mentioned the late Jim Wetiri, who acquired many grey hairs as a result of managing those relationships. To bring up my situational awareness, I went for a site visit with Chair Emma and Deputy Chair Anna, GM Helen and Maria, a couple of months ago to have a look. Great to see the improvements made in those facilities from years ago. Celebrating Age, I know there's a 2-year review process. It's been offline for a while, time to refresh there. I'm a great believer in face-to-face relationships, being able to deconflict issues in a shared space and put trust that will work. I'm also a big believer of intergenerational use, and I think this is a good opportunity to put that into practice. So I'll support the motion. Te Rapa Sportsdrome, many papers done on the need for indoor space in the city. It's been 20 years, over 20 years to get that space to where it is now to be able to be used for sports activation. And I think it's be a positive outcome for the city and specifically Waikato Touch to give them the go-ahead now. Particularly when we drive past Swarbrick Park every weeknight and see the how healthy Waikato Touch is, so I'll support that motion. Pembroke Street, that's a real tough one. Both organisations have supported the city for over 30 years. I think though there's a real need to provide and care for those in need in the city at the moment. The cost of living crisis is very real. Got a huge empathy for Metro Judo, but the Runanga believes that the Pembroke site is perfect for Go Eco and the Serve. It's off the street. It's relatively out of sight. There's good space down there, good car parks, and it will utilise and activate the space fully. So we support the Go Eco and Serve proposal. Hocken House, yeah, I think it's a good idea to have progress, having a look at how we can take that to Mātaunga there, so we'll support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mangai Ollie. We've got Councillor Anna, Councillor Rachel, then back online to Councillor Sarah.
Thank you. Today we're concluding the expression of interest process undertaken by our community team. This process invited the community to express their interest in 4 buildings that we leased to the community. Going through an expression of interest process was intended to help ensure we are maximising the use and community benefit gained from council-owned leased buildings. It was also a chance to test the need for community facilities and ensure equity, consistency and transparency in the allocation of occupancy in line with our community occupancy policy. Maximising community use and benefits is not an easy thing to do, and it's not particularly cut and dry. However, through this process, our community has responded passionately, and unique collaborations have formed the bulk of the recommendations that staff have made through this process. As a governor, I don't know the ins and outs of the organisations that have put their names forward, so I appreciate the assessments of staff that help to inform my decisions. Today we have the opportunity to support all aspects of our community, our older people, our homeless and our youth, and to get on with it. None of these communities are distinct from each other. We all exist intergenerationally, and all of our well-being connects. In the case of Hocken House, there is still some work to do to figure that out in the future, and there are some further proposals and options to consider. I appreciate the time involved in determining the future of our buildings thus far. I look forward to the workshop, but I don't consider this to be in place of the EOI process and seeing this through. I support the collaboration hubs and relationships put forward by our staff. Thank you.
Councillor Rachel.
Today's been a real contest between the head and the heart for me. And I want to start by acknowledging the community groups that have been involved in this EOI process and the hard work that they do in our community and the acute competition for affordable space. And I have personally been involved with an organisation that for 25 years fought for space to implement a vision. And so I know the frustrations of delays and uncertainty, and I'm not turning my back on that. Staff. The staff recommendations, I have a high degree of confidence in our team. I appreciated the answers to the long session of questions, and I have confidence in the team because I've actually worked with them on the other side of the fence. So my level of trust is high. So that's the heart. The head. We're operating in a rates capping environment. Our EOI water charges are set to continue on a trajectory of increase. We as a group have broadly agreed to work within a funding envelope for the LTP, and we don't yet have full visibility of what our base costs are. These are our must-dos, and we therefore do not know what's left for the should-do or could-do categories. And that means that we are completely in the dark about what is available for nuanced trade-offs and prioritisation conversations. So this is our broader context. But then in the context of these specific EOIs and with the LTP process upon us, and it didn't have to be that way, but it is, and I might have voted differently if we were doing this a few months ago, but at this point I'm not convinced that we should carve out Te Rapa Sports Dome outside of the wider review of our community facility assets. I've listened to everything with an open mind, and I've actually gone back and forth on this as we progress through the day, but I would prefer to consider our facilities as a whole, with visibility of their value, income, community benefit, maintenance, renewal and future operating costs, alongside competing priorities such as climate change, emergency management and digital improvements, because we know this is coming. Celebrating age. Option 2, I'm going to be supporting option 2. This has largely been an aged facility and it should remain that way. I understand maximising utility, but I'm not sure that option 1 actually ensures complementary activities happening in that space. Pembroke, oh my gosh, I love the serve, I love Go Eco, so this decision really pains me, but I'm going to be supporting this being moved to a workshop for the LTP purposes. I believe this will enable strategic discussions to occur and for discussions with both Go Eco and Metro Judo around the potential acquisition of this site to occur. It's just too much to consider at that proposal today. Hocken, I'm going to support the motion that's on the table. I would love to say more, but yeah, it's been a difficult day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go online to Councillor Sarah.
Yeah, I agree. This is an incredibly difficult suite of decisions that we have before us. We have, and there's the real challenge of, having so many community groups that do worthwhile and valuable things within a community in very limited space, and at the same time ensuring that where we do put money into the community, it makes the most sense and has the most impact. In terms of the options before us today, when we signed off the renewals for the Celebrating Age Centre, I was very clear at that time that I wanted to see maximum use of that facility. We were spending $3.5 million on renewals, and I pushed to ensure that within that motion we directed staff to look at how we maximise the use of that facility. Therefore, I will be supporting the staff recommendation today because I believe that provides the best overall utilisation while still allowing for booking spaces for other groups to utilise those spaces. With Pembroke, years ago, I volunteered at the Serve when they were actually in a building at a location with sit-down meals, and what a difference it makes, a huge difference. There were no issues that I was aware of when they were in that building on Harwood Street, which is more central to the central city than where they're proposing now on Pembroke Street. It was quiet, there was a lovely atmosphere, and I think that it will make a huge difference to be able to actually have a home for the Serve, and we can see again, we'll have full utilisation of the whole space, including the building and outside the building, with the option of Go Eco and the Serve. In terms of Te Rapa Sportsdrome, I'm really keen to see us ensure that we have enough indoor rec space. Already, our current spaces are really under pressure, so I'm struggling to see how we could in any way dispose of the Te Rapa Sportsdrome, and this is while we're looking at the office spaces today, it's one building overall that we're looking at. So I struggle to see there being really any option around selling or disposing of it and then leaving those costs to another group.
Yeah.
In terms of Hocken House, I've said previously, I think there's an amazing opportunity there for a lovely pocket park right by the hospital. So I'm quite attracted to the idea of the house being relocated, taken on by another group who will look after it well. But I'm open to hearing what this other proposal is if it can show that it has a really strong business case and or funding behind it, so that we know actually they would be able to look after the property and it wouldn't land back in our hands again.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. I think this is a good problem to have, because what it's telling us about is all the amazing work that's going on out in our community. The bad part of this issue is that we as a community through council do not provide enough space for the community to undertake the work that we all need that community sector to do. So we've got really high demand. Why is that? Well, I just want to be really clear that it is a role of council to actually provide such facilities, because the reason that all these groups are coming to us is because the private sector does not provide this facilities at the price that is affordable to them. So we can't abandon this space. I want to be really clear that that's my view, because we would be abandoning our community and the well-being of our community if we were to do that. So I'm not in the camp of thinking that this is a good idea to divest or sell assets, because our community for decades has been investing in these properties, and we are the current guardians of all of that investment that our community, through their rates and through their rents, have been contributing to this body of work. When I think about the challenges that we've got today, because they are, well, I said it's a good problem to have, they are difficult decisions to make. And so always in my mind is about taking care of the most vulnerable. Because if council doesn't do that, then who else is going to? So in all of these discussions, all of these decisions, I will be saying, which is the most vulnerable group that needs taking care of by our council? Harsh, because everyone's very worthy, but that will be at the forefront of my thinking. And where there are competing groups of vulnerability, as there are in at least one of these instances, then I will be relying on the staff recommendation to guide me through that. So, look, in closing, I just really want to reiterate that thinking that we can either kick these difficult decisions down the road yet again just leaves an unanswered question, leaves very vulnerable parts of our community without security going forward. I can't take that responsibility on myself. I want to make decisions that will protect the most vulnerable in our community, because that is what we do collectively as a community together. There is no other entity locally that is charged with the responsibility that we are as council to provide that facility. So that will be at the forefront of my thinking. Haven't got time in the remaining 6 seconds to tell you which way I'm voting on which, but it's probably pretty obvious from what I've told you as my bottom line. Kia ora.
Councillor Niha.
Tēnā koe Chairman, Councillor colleagues, staff, koutou katoa. Today we're considering the Community Facilities ROI recommendation report relating to 4 important community facilities. While each facility has its own unique history, uses, challenges and aspirations, there are several common principles that will guide my decision making. First and foremost, these facilities are community assets. They are not simply buildings that occupy a piece of land. They are places where people connect, learn, celebrate, support one another, share their culture and build a sense of belonging. They are often the heart of a neighbourhood. Our community facilities framework recognises that strong communities rely on accessible local spaces where residents can come together, participate and strengthen social connections. The recommendations before us are not simply about who occupies a particular building or who has the strongest application. They are about ensuring that these facilities continue to create meaningful community outcomes for Hamilton residents, both today and in the future. Our community occupancy policy places a strong emphasis on ensuring council-owned facilities are used in ways that maximise community benefit, encourage participation and provide value to the wider community. As elected members, we have a responsibility to balance a number of important considerations. We need to acknowledge and respect the contribution of existing organisations, volunteers, trustees and community leaders who have invested significant time, energy and passion into these facilities. Many of these groups have spent years building relationships and delivering services that make a real difference in people's lives. At the same time, we must ensure that our communities fully realise that these facilities belong to the people of Hamilton, and our decisions must consider the needs of both current users and future generations. We must ensure opportunities are available for a wide range of community groups, cultures, ages and interests as our city continues to grow and diversify. I also want to acknowledge that for many organisations, these facilities are much more than a venue. They provide a base for social services, cultural activities, youth development programs, positive ageing initiatives, educational opportunities, support networks and community-led projects. In many cases, the value generated extends far beyond the walls of the building itself. The relationships formed, the support provided and the lives improved are often difficult to measure but enormously important to community well-being. As we consider these recommendations, it's important that we remain focused on community outcomes, utilisation, accessibility, inclusiveness, and the long-term sustainability of these assets. We need to ensure that these facilities continue to be vibrant, active spaces that serve the community effectively and make the best of public resources. I will be supporting the motions that have community well-being at the centre of our decision-making. I believe we can have confidence that these recommendations support both the intent of our policies and the aspirations of the communities and organisations we serve. Kia ora.
This EOI process began under a different council. It began under a council who were comfortable with double-digit rate rises, spending like it was going out of fashion. We heard at the election, people wanted us to stop the spending, to cut back. And so we're now sitting in a different council. We've still got the previous process, but we're in a different council. So I think there's a fundamental problem here that a process has spanned two councils with different philosophies. However, we are where we are. In 1996, the Atlanta Summer Olympics took place. Bill Clinton was re-elected President of the United States. The top-selling song was Macarena. And Metro Judo moved into Pembroke Park Clubhouse 30 years ago. And we're going to kick them out with the stroke of a pen. I feel like that is disrespectful to an organisation that has been a good tenant for 30 years. And we're just going to say to them, goodbye. Yes, we try and find them somewhere else, but we're going to say goodbye to someone who's been there 30 years. And I think it's important that we just let that thought sink in, because I'm probably a bit old-fashioned, but I believe history matters and time should matter. So I'll be supporting Metro Judo, but this is not Go Eco versus Metro Judo. This is Go Eco and the Serve versus having a good look at the facilities around what we're spending. So we need to spend another $400,000 on Pembroke Street. So we're choosing to do that today. Personally, I would like us to have a look at it, have a look at the facility along the lines of other facilities, and be cognizant of what the electorate said around saving money. Otherwise, we're going to be no different to any other council in the past few years. In terms of Te Rapa Sports Dome, I support holding off on that one, because again, there's $1.5 million to spend. We're just spending money. And I think it's important that we take a good hard look at the pattern that has been taking place in this council and have a good look at our facilities. Again, this process was under a different council, but we now may have a different view when we get to the LTP. We may not, but we may. We may look to sell some facilities. We may look to increase rents and do things differently. So I don't think we need to bind ourselves into a decision today on these things. In terms of Hocken House, support working with other organisations to hear their proposals. And age concern, support option 2, because again, history does matter. And we do need to acknowledge people who have done good work in the past in buildings and acknowledge them first and foremost. I think that weighting should be a lot higher than what others think it should be.
Thank you. Mayor McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I begin by assuring Councillor Bidder I don't feel conflicted in this debate by being in possession of a gold card. I do want to congratulate elected members on the superb questions that you asked. I know it held up proceedings, but boy, they were impressive. It showed to those who are here today just how seriously we were considering all of these issues. And I also want to acknowledge the staff. I've never seen staff on the witness stand for quite such a long time. So very well done to Maria, Amy, and well supported by Helen. Thank you all. Of course, we have some very tough choices today, and to be honest, even as I listen, I find myself wavering. It's not easy to reach firm conclusions, but we have to. In the Celebrating Age Centre, I just want to stress that, to my mind, in that name, it emphasises that we must do everything we can to reaffirm our status as an age-friendly city. We do need to ensure that in whatever we negotiate, seniors' activities are prioritised, but we also need to ensure that the space is utilisation of the space is maximised. So if we were to go with Te Rongopai, that would be an absolute condition of the lease, in my view. We must ensure that seniors have priority use. With Te Rapa, I think in clauses C and D of the staff recommendation, we can see that there's the requirement to finalise these terms with shared use intent, community occupancy policy and any regulatory requirements, with council retaining oversight of indoor court bookings to ensure equitable access. To my mind, those are valid concerns and I'll support that for that reason. On Pembroke Park, really feel torn by this, and I hear the strong advocacy of Councillor Strange to my left. But I suspect we're going to need to divest ourselves of this asset in the near future. And therefore, I think completion of the statutory process required to reclassify Pembroke Park is absolutely the right thing to do, get that process underway. I recognise that if the judo club are to move, that is unappealing for them, but I think that we've also heard that there are alternative options for them. So I would want to see them given every assistance that they can to be relocated, and I think that we've already shown a strong commitment to assisting them to do that. With Hocken House, I feel very strongly in support of Councillor O'Leary and others who have argued that we have a terrible record in the city of preserving our heritage. So I'm encouraged to know that both the Mowbray Group and the Hocken Trust are both absolutely committed to doing what they can to maintain the heritage of and enhance that building. That, to my mind, has got to be absolutely guaranteed. I want to give them the opportunity to have more time to talk to each other, to see what sort of understanding that they can reach. I reference for you something I've mentioned several times before. In this city, we have a courthouse sitting in a prime spot that we have allowed just to continue to denigrate. I don't want that to happen, so I will support the O'Leary-Huata motion.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. What this has highlighted for me, this whole process, is that when we consider community facilities individually, it's easy to get focused on who's best to occupy them, without necessarily asking the prior question of whether continuing to own and invest in that particular asset is the best use of council resources. Across the city, we have many community groups, all deserving, all doing good work. The question I have is how and why do we privilege some community groups over others? There is a scarce number of facilities available at heavily subsidised rent. For those who aren't lucky enough to be picked today, they're going to have to figure out how they will continue to operate in the open market. That is the situation for most community organisations across the city. The ones in subsidised facilities are the vast minority. I think we need to look at these in the context of the broader council investment across the entire portfolio. $1 we spend today by decisions made is $1 we can't spend on something else for the community, and deciding this in advance of the LTP means that we don't know what that other something else is. That doesn't necessarily presuppose that we should sell these facilities. Some may justify continued council ownership, but I think we should make that choice intentionally with the alternatives and the trade-offs in front of us, instead of continuing to own them as being the underlying assumption. The LTP is the place to do that, so those choices can be considered alongside all the other demands on council's capital and budgets. So I'm happy to support having tenants in these places while we have those conversations, but I want to signal that I'm not yet persuaded of the merit of long-term leases yet, and I reserve judgment on those until these facilities have been looked at as part of the broader portfolio. The exception to that being Hocken House. I strongly support the O'Leary Huata motion. To me, that's a win-win. It works with parties who are prepared to fund the facilities, who want to honour heritage and relieve council of the financial burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Councillor Huata.
All councils have faced criticism in the past, as will this one, but criticism of each other has no place in this chamber. The expression of interest was robust. That process started in December 2025, and we have heard the timeline. It has been us as councillors who have delayed that process and delayed the decision. If we continue to delay the decision, the community will remain in limbo for over a year and may not get resolution until July 2027 or longer, depending on the outcomes of the long-term plan. Our staff have proven that they are highly capable, experienced, and have the ability to do their jobs well. Yes, we must have trust and confidence in them, but we must back this up by backing them. Hocken House, personally, my heritage is not reflected in that house, so I'm happy for it to move to Matangi and for someone to look after it. I spent many years in that hospital, in and out of there, looking after my twin sister, and in her final days, her big outing was to the chemist in the hospital. I would love to be able to take her close by to a garden. The Celebrating Age Centre, I want to take the metaphor of a pāharakeke. In the middle, you have the rito, the children, the tamariki. On the outer layer, you have the awhirito, which are the parents. And on the outside, you have our beautiful kaumātua, our elderly. That's how we, as Māori, live. And so I support Te Rongopai taking the lease with that intergenerational framework in mind. The Te Rapa Sportsdrome, that's pretty straightforward for me. It's a shame that we can't, like all the other groups that have been a part of this ERO process, that we can't accommodate our differently abled. I haven't heard that term before, for Recreate NZ. So, but there is that potential for them to be able to sublease space. Pembroke, oh gosh. Yeah, it comes down to who needs it the most. It shouldn't be a privilege to be able to eat sitting down. That should be a right. When I have to choose between activities that I can pay for my children to do, judo was one of them that I thought about, karate, but I chose swimming. What a privilege that is, to be able to afford to take my kids to swimming lessons. But it shouldn't be a privilege to be able to sit down and eat. So, I'm going to leave it at that. It's probably pretty obvious which way I'm going to vote. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you. Some really thoughtful and deep debate there. It's not an easy decision, I think, as we've all understood. I'm looking to my expert staff here to help guide us through these many motions.
We'll just do it very slowly and I'll make sure to put them on the board first. So this one, for complete clarity, receiving the report, thanking our organisations and our workshop. The motion is carried unanimously. So we're now going to celebrating age, and it's the amendment first. One moment. The amendment is lost. I know it says up on the screen. 7-4.
Yeah, you're right. You voted as you.
Two voting against it, sorry. So this means we will go back to the motion. Which is the staff recommendation. That helps. The motion is carried, 10 for, 5 against.
Online viewers, and it's something under my role I'm working on, I wonder if you can just read out the result, because otherwise they don't, that's very, very quick for online viewers, just which one passed would be great, even if you summarise it.
So in that case, the motion was carried, which is option 1 as per the staff recommendation.
Te Rungapai.
Te Rungapai is for celebrating age. Okay. So for Te Rapa Sports Dome, we only have the motion. And that's Waikato Touch Association lease.
So either it goes to Touch and the sports group with the bookings managed by council, or it deferred.
Goes to the workshop.
You vote against and it goes to the workshop.
I know that there were changes that from what I emailed out earlier, but this is where we landed in the end.
It's a stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm restarting.
Oh, restarting, okay. So we just have to reset that one.
Reset.
Yes.
Are you, Mayor McIndoe, are you? He's just wanting.
Not you, not you. Could you turn on your mic again? Thank you. So that motion is carried, 9 for, 6 against, so that means for Te Rapa Sports Dome there will be the lease. We're now on to Pembroke. So the amendment is what we're voting on first, and that is with Go Eco and the Serve.
This is the Go Eco.
So Go
Serve.
Eco and the Serve. So the amendment is carried, 9 for, 6 against. So we now vote on that again as the substantive motion. The amendment as the substantive motion is carried, 10 for, 5 against, and that is for Go Eco and the Serve at Pembroke. Almost there. Okay, so we now just have the last one. We only have the motion for Hocken House.
Need one unanimous.
The motion is carried unanimously, and again, that one was for Hocken House.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amy, for your guidance through that. It was complex. Okay, we'll power on through. Okay, so we've got item 8, the external funding policy review. So I'll be asking Janet to come to speak to the item.
Oh, kia ora koutou katoa. I'm standing in for Erin because she's had an emergency, so pretend I'm blonde. That's all right. I'm pleased to present the revised external funding policy for your consideration. There are 2 proposals changed, and they are primarily just tidying up the practice that we've adopted 3 years ago. One is to formally disestablish the Leadership Forum, who last met in 2023, and replace it with an internal steering group. The internal steering group led by the Chief Executive and 3 general managers with ability in the terms of reference to co-opt elected members as required. The second is to provide a definition of priority projects. So the policy already refers to priority projects, but there has been no definition on what would qualify as a priority project. The definition is any agreement where we have a funding partnership agreement with the project, or one, most importantly, one that's been approved through the long-term plan or the annual plan. Any questions?
One from Councillor O'Leary.
Well, thank you, Janet. It's fairly straightforward. Just clarification, we use the term, under point 3 on page 51 of the policy, we use the term well-beings. Is that still, I know that's been kicked around by various political parties, whoever's in government, it's been in and it's been out. But is that still in line with our strategies? Or is it sort of a crossover from when the wellbeings were included in the LGA? It might not even be material. Tell me if it's not, if you don't think it's material.
Look, I think both are correct. I suspect it is a carryover, but it doesn't materially change the areas that we're focused on.
Okay, thank you. Okay. What's the reason do we have a methodology behind, on page 52 we talk about council will seek no more than 70%. Is that like an arbitrary number, or is it based on something? From 70% from an external funding application?
Yeah, look, my understanding was that is the threshold that we can be taken seriously by funders, particularly for grants. It shows the commitment that council is prepared to put skin in the game as well. But it also helps us prioritise internally through our internal long-term planning process and annual planning processes on realistic projects. Right. So if they're projects that we can't reasonably put a minimum investment in, then it sends a message, I guess, around going out and asking others to do it on their own.
And generally, people need to see that council has skin in the game when we're applying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. And just last question, how will elected members know early enough which projects will be up for being funded? Is that just through a process in the LTP and we put like a gold star next to something, or is it, will it come through committee, and how will we keep oversight on that?
Yeah, definitely through the long-term plan process. We would flag other opportunities for approval or otherwise through an annual plan process. And in rare occasions, so we're not talking about priority projects, but smaller fundraising projects like the Christmas tree, we would put it through the relevant council committee.
Because you would know from experience what particular projects different external funders are attracted to funding.
Exactly, and things will arise outside of those planning cycles that does make it a good time to approach funders to support investments by council.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
We have Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Angela. I'm just going to follow on from that. There's a couple of things I want to ask is, what input to the programs that you see you want to fund will be given to us as councillors, given our financial position, to discuss before we even start?
So we do make, we put them through that filter, Councillor Mead, before we bring them to council for a decision. So if it is a nice to do, we wouldn't be putting it up. If it's a nice to do with a big ticket.
What's the
We're
difference
focused on the priority projects, on the things that we should be investing in that really do fill that gap.
What's the difference between a nice to do and a must to do in this program when we're going out to funders? Because a nice to do might be, say, it's a turf, but it's not a have to do. So what's the difference between a nice to do and a have to do when we're going out to funding and using council money in this particular environment?
I'll invite Sigaline on this one, but if I could say, first of all, part of the steering group internally is part of that check too, on whether the team's recommendations do fit that measure, because ultimately there is some subjectivity in all of these recommendations. Did you have something to add, Sigaline?
We will have conducted Sigaline de Fontenay, the CIP director. We would have conducted a feasibility study.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Ségolène de Fontenay, CIP Director here. Just reassuring you that we would have carried out a feasibility study beforehand that will outline the community benefit and the needs for such a project to be carried out. That feasibility report will have been discussed at length with potential key funders that have become some of our partners by now. They're part of the family. And then from there, we also utilize that feasibility study to extend to other type of funders, the major donors, potential businesses, but whatever project goes to LTP, defined as priority project, would have had some background information behind it and addressing the needs of the community.
Yeah, just for me, if I can add on that, it's a long way down the track before we're going to hear about it. How do we get to hear about it before we get a long way down the track, given what's in front of us in the LTP? At the moment, we're struggling and we're putting a lot of work into something that may not function. How do we get at the beginning of that?
If I just go back to your example of the artificial turf, and you kind of talked about it as a nice to have, that's actually something we'd describe as a should do. Like, we are required to provide, well, you know, one of a service that we provide is sports fields for community to use. The reason for providing artificial turf is that you get 40 hours out of a field versus 9 hours out of a field. And we know it's a project that funders want to fund. So there's two things in there. One is, yes, one could, it's less a nice to have than a should do. which versus a must-have, if that makes sense. Like, it's different than pipes and roads or water, but it is something that we provide our community, so it's a should do. And it's a project that is appealing to our funders. So it has potential to attract funding, and it provides, it enables council to meet the required community need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. It's just not appealing to our ratepayers.
Sorry? Okay. No, I don't quite understand your question then, I'm sorry.
I just say it's not appealing to our ratepayers given the fact of debt we're carrying, and we have to put money into it, so that's right.
Add it to debate. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. So when you initially introduced this, you mentioned that the previous structure, the Leadership Forum, had basically finished meeting in 2023. So we've had 3 years of the new structure. What wasn't working about the previous structure?
Yeah. There were several things that after the structure was put in place came obvious. That was, we already had forums for connecting with funders. We have the Waikato Funder Collective that meets regularly. We have executive relationships with executives from the key funding organisations. We have community development insight being provided on what the need is looking like on the ground. We also get councillor insight from what that looks like as well. And the group ended up being a sort of arbitrary collection of 3 organisations, being Rabobank CE, Charlotte Chewin from the legal firm, and the previous chief executive of Tainui Group Holdings, and Dennis Turton from Trust Waikato. So we were having much broader conversations with a larger range of businesses, a larger range of community organisations, and a larger range of funders already. So this was duplicating those and not resulting in any additional funds or any new insight, to be blunt. That's what had been found.
Thank you. And we've been running the new structure for 3 years. Have we seen any improvements now that we've disestablished the old one? We're leaning into the groups that we already have connections in. What's changed?
Yeah, so the new structure that we've put in place hasn't filled the gap from 3 years ago. So we started that about a year ago, I'd say. Because one of the things that we did want to formalise internally, one of the hopes of this Leaders Forum was that they would provide oversight over the programs that were selected as well and how they were tracking against meeting their objectives. Ultimately, that information was provided to councillors every 6 months through executive updates and reported back to council through this committee. So there was governance oversight, but we thought when I started, so this had actually stopped meeting prior to my appointment, that we did need some internal oversight at an executive level, in addition to mine as the responsible general manager for the policy, to make sure that we were effectively keeping across the program in those periods where we weren't reporting to councillors.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the new structure has produced better oversight. Has it produced better funding performance?
There has been our funding performance has been really good. So we have, we've continued to meet fundraising targets. I can come back to you on how that compared to previously, but I do know, Helen might be able to provide some insight on that. It was in her area at that time.
Yeah, I just want to say it depends how you're measuring it. So you can have a target depending on what you're, so you set your target according to the projects that you've got, but my understanding is that the projects that we've been applying for, we've had a pretty high success rate. I wouldn't necessarily say, if you don't mind me saying so,
that it's better or worse. What I'd say is that the previous structure wasn't providing any additional benefit, and it was taking up everyone's time, including the people attending, whereas having a more focused, what Janet's talking about implementing is, or has been implementing is a more focused and because you get the right people around the table for the right campaign, for the right project. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. So I'm hearing that there have been operational improvements. Have we had more money come in?
I think we've had the money come in that we've applied for. That's right, isn't it,
Yep,
Siglin?
we've completed,
been meeting the targets.
Yep.
Yes.
So we've completed a couple of capital campaigns last year, fast-tracked. As for CIP, it's the opportunity to work in a more efficiently manner and understanding whether the project is shovel-ready project. Funders do want to fund shovel-ready project. They don't want to wait for too long until the feasibility report has been completed, the tender price has been obtained, the resource consent has been obtained. So until we've got all the supporting documents that are required by funders, we are not actually applying for funding. So it's being able to work internally with our stakeholders and understand where we're at with all this must-have document, not nice to have, as well as getting resolution from you councillors, so you're fully across that, and therefore we can progress with our capital campaign because we need to move a bit faster with our capital campaign.
Thank you. And last question. The previous structure would have had a cost, and what we're doing now will have a cost. Is there any material difference?
The costs associated with the steering groups effectively are time. So that time, it does use more staff time because we have 2 GMs involved and the chief executive who weren't part of the Leaders Forum, but there were 3 councillors and the mayor involved in the Leaders Forum as well. I would say that the time applied to both committees is the same.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. And I've heard through that line of questioning that a significant reason for the forum not continuing to operate was because it was quite narrow in terms of the philanthropic sector leadership involved. What I don't think I've heard yet is, I mean, that forum had governance, elected member representation. Could you tell me the rationale for removing elected member representation from this body of work?
Yeah.
Please.
Because a lot of the discussions and insight and decision making that was being made around these projects, the elected members had full range of input and contribution through the LTP and annual planning processes. Right. So there was duplication there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to.
Oh, sorry. One more question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yep.
So through our new structure, new committee structures, where will the work be reported through to of this CIP?
I'll check with Amy, but I believe it's to this committee as the.
So we do have the Funding and Partnerships Committee that has a lot of the reporting back, but the decisions on which programs are sought, so the actual program of works, that's part of that long-term plan, annual plan conversation, so you've got your council conversations that also feed it.
So the direction will come from the council decision-making about the long-term plan and annual plans where that's appropriate, and the monitoring of the steering group's work will be through the Funding and Partnerships Subcommittee.
Correct.
Correct, thank you.
And just to clarify, so the subcommittee would also be the group that would identify if we stand up a working group for priority projects for elected member involvement. I think it says point 26, elected members would raise the intent for specific project campaigns they want to be involved in. So that would be done through Councillor Jamie's committee.
Correct, that's right. And we have a previous example that with the AstroTurf actually, where there was representation on the broader campaign committee.
Document that in a policy like this about where the reporting lines are? Because I don't see it in this policy. We normally would not. Why do we not do that?
Governance structures change throughout periods, and it depends on where the areas of focus are.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
One thing that might be worth highlighting, we did put it in the paper, but we are an outlier in terms of councils as having an external funding policy. Other councils have guidelines, and we believe primarily for that flexibility.
Thank you. So we need a mover for the motion. None wanting to move. Councillor Strange, a seconder. Councillor Anna. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll move to debate. Councillor Strange, do you want to start as a mover or you want to debate?
Yeah, thank you to staff for the work. It's important that we, that as an organisation, we work in with other funders. I'm pleased to see that we'll be working with a broad range of funders. I know in the past that hasn't always been the case as council, but I'm very pleased to see that we are working with a broad number of funders, and I hope that continues. And I look forward to the successful partnerships over the next few years.
That's perfect. Thank you. There's no other speakers? Perfect. I'll move to the vote. I think we can just take it on hands. All those in favour say aye. Against?
The motion is carried, and unanimously noting that the external funding policy is what we are currently voting on.
Thank you. Item 9, trading and pub.
Optimistically thought that we would be done by now, so I need to signal an apology for an early departure.
Yep.
Council business.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Huata is similar. Children business.
The same in a few moments as well on council business for the same reason.
Thank you. With that, we'll open to item 9, trading in public places policy and bylaw, and we will ask Joe to come present the report and take any questions.
Kia ora koutou. I'm here today to present the report on the deliberations report for the Trading in Public Places Bylaw and Policy. This responds to questions that were asked from the hearing and the recommendation option 3, which is to retain the policy and bylaw as it was consulted on, with one exception, which is that we would retain permitting for signs, and that was just so we can strike a balance between compliance and reducing costs for businesses. Yeah, so if anyone's got any questions, I've also got my colleague Calvin to answer any, help me out on any operational questions.
Perfect. We've got Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Just in terms of option 3, removing the requirement for businesses to hold the public liability insurance, can you just explain what risk does that actually place on council?
It's possible that a risk could come to council.
Yeah.
The advice that we got was that it hasn't happened, it's unlikely to happen, and it would be, on balance, a benefit to business although it
Yeah.
doesn't remove the risk entirely.
So if somebody trips over a chair or a table and breaks their leg, even though we're still, there's options in the report, right, in terms of monitoring that, there's also options to take the fees away. Where does that risk lie?
Yeah, so ACC, but
It's
New
still-
Zealand has ACC, but
Okay.
if we,
Okay, so here's an easier question then, sorry. What does public liability cover for a business having to pay it?
sorry.
So these things are unlikely, but let's say there was a storm, come correct me, or these are the conversations you and I have had. If there was a storm.
A storm's not unlikely.
No, but there was it hasn't happened yet where signs were
Yeah.
picked up and
Right.
smashed into someone's car or something
Yeah.
and
Okay.
damaged it. Is that a good example, Calvin? Yes. No.
Come on, Calvin.
Those are the kinds of scenarios that we're talking. It could, or a human picks it up and throws it into a window, but then you'd expect the store to have the insurance for their own property.
Okay, so there's no correlation between having public liability insurance and our permitting regime?
The permitting regime is for monitoring, so that's what we're trying to
Yeah.
prevent someone falling over. So we can continue to do that at our own cost. The revenue that we made from the permitting was relatively low anyway.
Yeah,
So
no, I get that one.
it's not a huge loss to council in terms of the administration of it. Sorry, I'm talking for staff.
Good afternoon, councillors. Chair. I think one of the things about the liability was around there is significant infrastructure that runs under our footpaths. And so we have businesses operating on top of the footpath.
Yes.
Some of them have taken to trying to secure items to the footpath. If something was to happen and it went through the footpath and impacted our
Right.
infrastructure, the liability is to cover the cost recovery of that.
Okay. No, okay, that's super clear. So, but does that risk remain unlikely?
On the balance of probabilities, yes.
Okay, all right. So if the committee approves option 3, how will accessibility for pedestrians, in particular vulnerable pedestrians, be impacted from, them from not having, from signage and trading signage and trading activity? How will their God, it's late in the day, eh? I need chocolate or something. How will we actively monitor and enforce for the vulnerable people using our footpaths?
So that is why staff have recommended that we retain permitting, although
without the fee.
Without fee.
Yeah. And that's still, so that's really moves to more of a monitoring compliance and without penalty. Or is there still penalty?
Well, if I may? Yeah. The ultimate penalty from that would be it gives us the leverage in terms of non-compliance.
Yeah.
And there is a process you go through from a verbal warning, a written warning, and then the removal of the permit. And then once they are, if they continue to operate without the permit, they're in breach of the bylaw.
Okay, so whether the permit has a fee or not doesn't affect that.
No difference.
That's great. And just one question on busking zones. How will Creative Waikato be involved in that?
Oh, they would be a major partner in that. So,
they will.
As you know, we've done quite a bit of work with Creative Waikato over the last couple of years, and it's continued as part of it has actually been something we've discussed before in the past.
Okay, all right. So when you're working on that piece, you will use them as a subject matter expert.
100%.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Page 100, it's got the purpose of this bylaw replacing is to protect the public from nuisance, protect and maintain public health and safety, minimise offensive behaviour, regulate trading, regulate and control prohibit signs. I notice a change in this one is on page 101, trade or trading, and it's marquee. How do we mitigate our danger of the operation of micro-mobility device rental schemes, which is Lime scooters? We're not mitigating any public nuisance or public danger, given the fact that they use the footpaths in Victoria Street and they use them fast, and there's probably 8 or 10 near misses every day. And I can't see anywhere that that's mitigating any sign of damage to the people that are down there, which is against the bylaw.
Okay, that's a pivot. Firstly, that we accept that the e-scooters or the mobility scooters, whether they are private or they are hired devices, have entitlement under the current existing transport legislation to be able to use the footpaths, and so we don't have a control over that. The Council has previously elected to want to support micro-mobility, and hence why it's been included into the policy for the permit holder to be able to use public spaces to trade from. There is a process, and it depends on the number of, on the reporting of, like many things, it's the reporting of the poor behaviours to us to look for enforcement. What does that look like? It's somewhat difficult to, in fact, try and enforce the behaviours simply because it's a moving vehicle. Now, we've had lots of conversations at various times over the intervening periods with different providers around the data that they can provide, but that's after the event. That doesn't stop. So I don't have a simple response that answers your question.
You know, just sort of like with the bylaw versus that, it's sort of like a double jeopardy, isn't it? A little bit.
The bylaw, well, I guess by way of a little bit of background, the bylaw existed in its own right, and then micro-mobility came on the scene, and there was a desire to make sure we had a presence in the city at a time when e-scooters were very rare. And on that basis, the only way that up and down the country that there was a provision where we could include that was through a trading provision, hence why it was shuffled into the current bylaw.
Is there a need to look at changing it, Kelvin?
I'm not sure. I'd have to give it some more thought. The numbers of personally owned e-scooters has exponentially increased and well and truly exceeds anything that we do on the higher scooters, and yeah, that's all I could offer.
Okay, and just back to what Councillor Angela said before, do people who are travelling from overseas, are they covered by ACC for all accidents here? Because I know at times does ACC cover their accidents and all their costs should one of them go mother over turkey over a sign?
My understanding is yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions around the public liability insurance. Do we know how much it costs for businesses that use outdoor dining to get public liability insurance?
No. Okay. It would be driven in part by other insurance holdings they are likely to have with the same provider, I suspect.
Okay, so we are trying to save businesses money, but we don't know how much our policy change is going to save them. Is that correct?
I don't know that yet. Yes, I couldn't tell you what that was.
Yeah. Do we know whether businesses are buying PL insurance anyway, or are they typically buying PL insurance to meet our requirement?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay, so the report, as I understood it, didn't note having public liability insurance as causing a problem. And so I'm interested to understand why we are taking it out when it hasn't been identified as a problem in the first place, or a barrier in the first place.
It was requested from elected members at the hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Last question is, we're proposing to remove the public liability insurance component for outdoor dining, but we are keeping the $2 million public insurance requirement for other activities on footpaths. Is that correct?
Sorry.
My understanding is we were removing it completely from everything.
Okay.
That businesses have on footpaths is outdoor dining and signage, and so it's removing it from both.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anna.
Thank you. Just a question on the staff recommendation around the exploration of busking zones. Are they, do designated busking zones have costs associated with them?
There may be a cost associated with implementing them.
Yeah,
So
okay.
there's
So that would come to the LTP, would it? Or
yeah, it would be an operational cost mostly. So staff time in terms of, you know, working with Creative Waikato, and then the actual zones themselves would be, well, we would scope it up anyway and
okay, so it may,
come back.
depending, have costs that
was-
would come to us.
It's a hard question to answer. I suppose it depended what was scoped or the extent of it.
Yeah.
But if it was to come to a cost, then it would come back
Come
to
to the
council.
LTP,
Yeah.
cool.
And actually, it's also we've recommended it goes through the Arts Action Plan.
Yeah.
So that will come to council anyway, if there's a
Oh, so that was my next question really,
Oh.
but, so the Arts Action Plan comes to us yearly, so when would we be expected to see that?
we haven't got it scheduled at the moment, just due to other
things.
priorities. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So at some point soon?
Yeah, in the next year. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Early
So-
next year. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's been a year already.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, my question was quite similar to Councillor Casey Cox's, but I just want to explore that a little more because I was interested in the time lapse as well, because the idea of having busking zones was to address some of the concerns being raised about noise, which, so in this policy, we allow noisier busking, and the thing that we were wanting to explore to mitigate it will be a separate decision. So I'm just concerned around how those things might interplay together.
To my mind, they're sort of two separate things in some ways. So there's one of the, during the hearing it was raised that there was sort of disruptive busking behaviour that wasn't necessarily to do with amplified sound. So that's kind of responding to that. And it's also around bringing more activity into town and encouraging busking to be in a positive way. And there's also the talk of guidelines as well, which would be operational too, to help guide people to be sort of better buskers. The amplification doesn't necessarily mean that it would be noisier, although I do understand there's a risk associated with that. It depends on the type of the amplification. So if you were to still apply the nuisance guidance that's in the policy and bylaw, that would still stand. So if you're being disruptive or difficult or staying for longer than 2 hours, those things still stand.
Yeah.
It's just the amplification was what was requested from our community partners, and that is to do with just a modernisation of the way we see busking. Yeah.
Was it ever considered putting it in, you know, the busking zones into the same policy? Because I do see it as being a mitigation around some of the concerns that were raised around the noise levels. Is it ever considered
I
as
think
being
there's a timing issue there's a time and resourcing issue, and we would want to do it properly with Creative Waikato as well. Yep.
Great, yeah, I understand that. On the issue of the public liability insurance, is it possible that when we say it hasn't happened yet, is that possibly because the businesses have had the public liability insurance, so we might not even be aware that there's been something they've had to have addressed. Is that possible through the insurance?
It's possible. I mean, I'm simply not aware of any instances where people who are the holder of a permit have been involved with, have contributed to, or been responsible for damage to our infrastructure that would have required such a claim to be made.
Right, so we would be aware if it was damage to our infrastructure, presumably. But I heard the example, and I think it is a relevant example of someone else's property being damaged. Is that would we know about that at this point if the public liability insurance was in place? Would we have a need to know about it?
No.
Okay.
I suppose just to clarify, in terms of staff making the recommendation, is because we've heard from we heard through the hearing that, and through previous committees as well, that was something that elected members wanted us to look at, and it's very hard to make a recommendation to keep it when we don't have any examples of where it might be needed. So kind of balancing those things, it really does come down to a decision that you want to make on this.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned, and please alleviate my concern, that there might have been instances where the public public liability insurance was used and we wouldn't even be aware of it. Or would we always? Would they have had to have notified us if that had been the case?
There is nothing under the existing policy or bylaw that would require them to necessarily notify us if it didn't involve council property.
Thank you.
Or is that your question?
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Everyone's deep in
I'm thinking about things and I've finished.
We're starting to glaze over as we get towards the end. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of other councils in New Zealand. Did we compare what they are doing and how they're controlling where they put the busing and the amplified sound? Because if we run through Whangarei do, Queenstown no, Invercargill by permission, Nelson very controlled, Tauranga controlled, Auckland yes, Wellington yes, New Plymouth not at all, Thames Coromandel controlled, Christchurch controlled, in a way to keep the sound down.
Yeah, we have, and different councils manage it differently and have different approaches to it. I think off the top of my head, I have got it written somewhere, we looked at, I know Dunedin has got a flat no amplification, but they have different guidance, and Wellington you're allowed it, but they have guidance, so there's a combination of different ways of dealing with it. But yeah, we have looked at other councils. Rotorua, we've talked to them as well. But it's quite difficult to compare apples with apples. And I did note that we still have our nuisance and annoyance and loudness, or sort of like causing issues clause, which still covers that.
That's enforceable by us during the times, is it because it's 8:30 to 8:30 at time, is it?
Yes, and buskers have permits, so we require our buskers to have permits. So we would follow that same avenue that we would with the footpath signage.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Just before you go in, Councillor Moroney, just working with Amy on a staff action that may alleviate some of the concerns around the timing of the arts action plan. And the staff action would be staff undertook to confirm when the annual arts action plan would be reported back to the committee, so that we know there's a look back and it won't go on forever. To give some, in terms of the busking guidance and the zones. Yep. Yeah.
Questions actually of governance, so you guys are off the hook.
You're off the hook.
So, given what I've heard in terms of questions, what I would like to do is propose an amendment that reinstates the public liability insurance requirement, and I'm looking for some. So my question is, what would be the best way in which to do that?
Okay. What I'm thinking would be the correct way is we recommend that the council adopts the two policies and bylaws, subject to the Sorry, I just need to check. Is it reinstatement of the public liability insurance? I'm just wanting to get the
public
words
liability
right.
insurance requirement. Is that in the policy or the bylaw?
That's the part that I was just checking.
I think you'll find it's in the policy.
It's in the policy, thank you. So it would be an amendment to
Just the policy.
B1.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not convinced we've got that right.
Chair, has the staff recommendation been moved yet?
Not yet. You're welcome to.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Andrews.
move that. Isn't it?
Andrew's keen to. Councillor Andrew will move the staff recommendation. Sarah's keen to second it. I just had one question of staff, if they're ready. Just with the extension of the busking permits from 6 to 12 months, is there any protections around if a busker breaches conditions or does so repeatedly? Can their permits be revoked? Like we still have those protections in place?
It's identical to the ones you'd have for any of the other permits issued under this bylaw. Same for a busker. We would go through the same process, have some conversation, engagement, try and get positive persuasion, and then only if that's not working would we eventually go through the process that could result in the permit being revoked.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was, how do we protect our city safe officers on their ability to determine reasonable noise between any two parties? And the old general conditions under point 79 in the old policy didn't have implication, but also left reasonable open. So the controls are kind of the same, but I just concerns about staff.
Controls are the same, and we'll do some additional training with them. Look, there becomes an inevitable tension point between the busker wishing to do the best that they can, and that may relate to noise, but it can also relate to other unrelated behaviours which are just not noise alone. We already have the nuisance provisions in there. Our staff are quite skilled at engaging with people and having the conversations. If we're unable to get a resolution, it would almost come back, and it was around the noise, we would probably revert back to calling noise control and having a determination by the noise control officers.
So staff are comfortable with the controls that are currently in place?
Look, it's always going to be, it's one of those ones which may well result in complaints to elected members at some stage because someone remains unhappy that they thought their rights were infringed because we, convince them to tone down the noise level, or alternatively from a member of the community, a shop owner or something who thought that the noise was too loud and was going to impact their business. It becomes that point of always that inevitable tension.
Thank you. Do you need to do any further move?
I think I have it.
Did you want the answer to that? That was the...
Okay. So we're just looking for a seconder for the amendment on the board from Councillor Moroney.
Councillor Mead seconding it.
Councillor Mead.
Speak the motion.
Just had to interrupt that conversation because I'm looking for a seconder.
And the staff rec has been...
Just a question on the amendment. So is that with putting cost back? Or it is putting...
Yes.
So they
Yes,
still have to...
It would place it would bring back the requirement for the business to have public liability insurance in order to get a permit for that activity.
Chair, it was previously clause 15 of the policy.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so we'll move to debate. Councillor Bidder is the mover. Okay, go ahead.
Well, Sue, I enjoyed your questions on public liability. It was good probing and some interesting answers there. However, insurance for a sign or a couple of chairs on the footpath adds bureaucratic cost and complication. It does not change the liability on the shop owner. They are still responsible, and the insurance would only pay out if they were sued in the same way that the business itself would pay out. So I think it creates some unnecessary overheads for the business. And it does perversely create liability on the council to verify if the public liability insurance is in place. So that then becomes a cost on our staff to check. So you're in a bureaucratic spiral. So I really like your line of thinking. I just don't think it's a big enough issue to apply in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. We got Councillor Sarah online. Excuse me.
Thank you. The purpose behind these changes was to make it easier, simpler and cheaper for businesses to put out signs and tables and seating. And the reason why I supported that when we first went out to consult on this was because actually having signs out saying we're open for business, having tables and chairs out on our footpath when they're appropriately placed actually does create vibrancy, and it's a very low cost thing that our council can do to support more vibrancy within our central city. I have heard from businesses who have said it's just not worth the headache to even bother applying and going through the whole process. So the simpler we can make it, the better position we're in to then encourage cafes and small restaurants and things to put out their tables and chairs and to activate spaces like Garden Place. So that's where I'm coming from on this. I'm keen to keep it as simple as possible. And like Councillor Andrew said, I think you're looking at very minimal risks that you're trying to mitigate with the liability insurance. So I don't think it's worth the extra effort and cost and everything that would be involved with it.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
I don't know a business that's in public that doesn't have public liability insurance, and just with checking that a couple of insurance companies while we're talking, there is no extra cost that they can tell me about to put chairs and tables out there. It's covered under their main public liability insurance, and I don't know of a public business that would be allowed to trade through their bank without public liability insurance, as probably Andrew might have for his business, as I do have for mine, as Robbie probably has for his. So I think we're chasing a cost that's not there, and that having it there just covers our backside.
Lots of interesting thoughts. Councillor Moroney.
Kia ora. I'm tempted to say what he said, but I will instead say that I think that my concern rests with, and I didn't, through my questioning, gain a level of comfort that I would need to support the removal of the public liability insurance, given that I also agree that any publicly trading company or business would have this in place anyway. The fact that we would require in our permitting process them to confirm that they have public liability insurance, I don't believe is an impost on them, nor is it an impost on us. I don't expect that through our permitting process we are then requiring our staff to go and spend time validating what the permit says, what the permit application says. A business owner has signed that document. We should expect that it's a true and correct reflection. I'm sure that we don't go through every single permit for everything and double check everything because we believe that the person making the application is giving honest information because they signed to say that they are, and they've therefore become liable if that is incorrect. So I don't see an impost on either the council or the business by continuing to require this, but I do see an important safety net. Kia ora.
Councillor Leary.
Oh, I'm of two minds. Listening to the great debate round the table, I'm persuaded this way and then I'm persuaded that way. Yeah, I know. And when I look in my diligent notes, when I read that, I scribbled with my pen, oh, don't support this then, meaning don't transfer risk to the ratepayer. I'm conflicted, I guess, because staff advice has said the risk is minimal, but I always feel compelled once I have been alerted to a risk that I feel it's a dereliction of my duties if I don't respond. I know that a landlord can require this anyway. I know that the business can take it on anyway. I did a quick Google search and looked on a smallbusinessinsurance.co.nz. There's a plug for them, whoever they are, and it said cafes between $25 and $60 a month. So it's not a. I don't feel that cost is a barrier for shifting a burden onto the ratepayer. So. And in the businesses I've had in the past, I've always had this as well. Whether council required it or not, I don't know, don't remember. So I will be supporting Councillor Moroney's amendment, yes. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. This has been a really interesting discussion, and like what I've heard stated earlier, I've been kind of backwards and forwards, rewriting my notes every time I hear a new point. Generally speaking, I am very supportive of the overall changes that have been proposed in terms of the staff recommendations. I'm very strongly in favour of council getting out of the way and letting businesses go about their business and letting people use public spaces. I think the revised approach to the signage is sensible, because we keep the permit, which preserves a practical compliance tool, but we reduce the fee. So that makes it a bit easier for businesses to operate. To me, that feels like a good example of removing red tape without throwing away a safeguard. I'm less persuaded by the proposal to remove PL insurance. The cost benefit of that is quite unclear to me. It feels like we're giving away protection, as unlikely as it might be when we don't know that businesses aren't getting PL insurance anyway, or how onerous it is. I think generally less barriers to business is better, but I understand that businesses, having come from a business background, businesses operating in the public space have public liability insurance anyway, so I will be supporting the amendment. In terms of busking, I think busking can add a lot to a city when it's done well. It brings life and activity into public spaces. It creates places where people want to be and where people want to come to. Having heard the suggestions from Creative Waikato earlier in the year, I support working with them to develop a best practice guide, and in particular exploring busking zones. My recollection from when that was discussed earlier this year, there was a lot of support to that, and I want to add my support to exploring that further. I do think amplification is something we'll need to keep an eye on. The policy relies on a reasonable level of noise assessed per the circumstances, and I'm happy to give this a chance, but I think we need to make sure that creating liveliness and activation doesn't tip over into creating nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just quickly debate. Like others, I have been quite conflicted on the public liability insurance amendment. But firstly, I just want to thank Joe and staff for your work on the policy, and Creative Waikato for their support and guidance. I'm largely supportive of the rest of the changes. I think they strike the right balance between making it easier to do business in Hamilton, but retaining the ability for council to step in when something isn't working. I think we should always be asking ourselves whether red tape is actually achieving something useful. In the case of public liability insurance, from what I'm hearing and my experience is that most businesses would have it anyway. So is it removing red tape? Probably not. Yeah, so I'm not sure that that argument is just. As a council, I want to see our city become more vibrant. It's in the Mayor's plan, and I think it's also important we make sure the ability is supported with practical guidelines. So I'm pleased the recommendation includes working with Creative Waikato on a busking best practice guide, and also exploring designated busking zones. Yeah, I think we need to get the balance right. Less red tape, more activation, and clear expectations to intervene when necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So a thought that's relevant, and so I'm throwing it into the right of reply because of the bureaucracy, is the risk that you have professional indemnity insurance from, say, June to June, but you're then applying for a permit from, say, August to August. So what happens when the insurance isn't matching, overlapping? Does that create problems? Do we then end up with more bureaucracy about dealing with that? So I am still concerned. I've heard your very good comments, but I am still concerned enough to vote against the amendment.
Go to the amendment first? Yes. Okay.
Put back on the screen for clarity.
We'll maybe go to the board?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll go to the board, and we're voting on the amendment which removes the public liability insurance provisions. The Moroni mead. Oh, reintroduces it. Includes it. It undoes the removal, so includes it. Oh, can you remove Rachel's card?
Don't worry, it'll just say she didn't vote.
Yeah, you did. Depends how close.
The amendment is carried, 8-4 against.
There's two up on the screen.
Four being the other two, sorry. I know.
It's so close, we're so close, guys.
So now we will re-vote on that.
Yeah.
Amendment as the substantive motion, please.
So this is for the whole thing. Councillor Robbie.
We have to vote again on the amendment as the substantive motion. The amendment as the substantive motion is carried, noting Councillor Strange is dissenting.
I know, I thought you had voted for it before. Ah, okay.
So that was the reintroduction of the public liability insurance as part of the trading in public places policy.
Thank you. Well done, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation and your patience today, particularly to staff who, I think that was a record item today. It was just a lot of 2.5 hours, I think. It was a long one, but thank you, everyone, for their respectful debates, their questions. I'm sure we'll continue that respect as we go into our days, but I will close with the council karakia. Tēnei te whakairi, tēnei whakawātia, haumie, hui e tai ki. Thank you.